You know. Hello, and thank you for joining us tonight on another episode of Breaking Reality. My name is Joshua McGuire, and I am your host. And tonight we have Tiffany with us. I'm so glad to have you with us again, Tiffany.
Thank you for having me.
Did you see the little thing I did up in the corner?
Yeah, I see that. It's like a logo.
It's not showing up like super well right now. I'm going to try a different one. But yeah, I found out that we can stick our logos when we do the show, and I need to get a hold of yours.
I don't have one. I need one.
Oh, well, we got to get you one then.
Yep. I had a lady that designed logos for me. I showed you.
Yeah.
It's a cartoon character with very large chest.
Does that look better?
Let me see. Yeah, can you make it a little bit bigger?
I don't think so, because it locks it down to 200 by 200.
Okay.
Like it's got a pixel size, like it's
that's cool that you put that there. Hey, we've got people tuning in. Hi, Tracy. Hey, Facebook user said hello. Who are you?
Hello.
Okay, I'm gonna finish lighting some incense.
Okay, so like my thing is, I'm wondering if we can put one in each corner. That would be super cool. Like my logo in one corner, your logo in the other corner when you get one when we go lives, and then like when Brittany joins us. Hi, Susan. How are you doing? Hey, Gary.
Susan.
Hi, Tracy. And
Leon is awesome.
And then Brittany's going to be joining us a little bit later.
Love her.
And so, if Brittany starts coming on regularly with us, if she's got a logo, it'd be neat if we like. What would be neat is like if each person could put their own logo up on their little section of the screen. Yeah. I think that would be neat.
That would be cool. Yeah, I do not have one like that, so I need help.
I know an amazing artist who can do it. He's a little pricey, but you talk to him and he will grab your vision and bring it to pass.
No, I showed you the one that I paid to get done that I'm not using.
Well, I showed you the ones that I paid and had done. I got like 4 or 5 different logos off of the guy.
Mm-hmm. Hook me up with them because I definitely need help.
I will. He's an amazing artist.
Susan, it's Facebook user. Is it my Susan? Are you my Susan? Are you another Susan?
Is the Susan.
Are you the Susan? Leon, how are you doing? He had a crazy Mandela effect moment the other day.
Oh, really?
And he messages me and he's like, dude, I swear, like, did Tina Turner die? He's like, I remember her dying, but now she's alive. And I'm like, yeah, she's alive.
No way. I remember a concert being held, a memorial concert being done in Las Vegas when I was there for a trade show. I was on Fairmont, and they had a big stage set up, and a Tina Turner impersonator was doing a tribute concert to her.
She's alive in this reality. Something has happened, man. And hey, Leon, what was the other one? The guy that plays the voice of Darth Vader. That dude.
James Earl Jones?
He died. I remember that. But now he's alive and in the new Star Wars.
Huh, James Earl Jones has never died, not that I know of.
I remember. Or was it James Earl Jones?
I think the guy who played Darth Vader that was in the suit passed away. James Earl Jones done his voice.
Okay. That may be. Oh, yeah, T. Earl Jones is what Leon just said.
Okay.
T. Earl Jones.
Okay, James Earl Jones is who passed, or who done the voice of Darth Vader.
The Tina Turner thing, though, that one, I was just like, oh, man, it was like another one. I mean, it's bad enough with the Monopoly Man, but now we've got, remembering stars passing away, and then they aren't passed away.
Oh. Hold on, I forgot to light the Palo Santo. Time to play with the torch, people.
Oh, yeah, Leon's saying James Earl Jones. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah. It may be that it's the guy that played the character in the suit. That's what we're remembering.
Yes, we can see you now, Susan. Awesome.
Yay! I love you, Susan.
Okay, Susan, what did you have to do to make that difference? Like, so we know. Because someone told me the other day they went from one of the pages to the group to try to get it to be different, and their name still wasn't coming up.
I don't know. Yeah, Susan, what was the trick? Okay, these protections, I'm leaving 2 out, and I'm going to burn 3.
Okay. Okay, you do it through the page. Okay, you go to her page. Okay. So when you come in through the pages, we can see the names. When you come in through the groups, we don't see them. Is that what's going on then?
I think that's what's happening. And I think that there's a place where they have to say it's okay for StreamYard to access their picture or something. And if they don't say okay to that, it won't show us who they are.
Oh, maybe that's what's happening.
There's like 2 things that's blocking it, I think.
Okay.
It's a pain.
Oh, right. Give me just a minute. I want to share this.
Ooh, these Baileys are catching.
Anytime you play with fire, it catches, okay?
Me and fire.
Last time you burned bay leaves for, like, when you was doing some stuff for me and you burned bay leaves, I thought you was going to burn the house down. I was scared.
Susan has been terrified before. Like when I burnt my shirt caught on fire.
Oh, God.
Hey, man. But you watched me whenever I was able to put out a flame by asking it to go out.
Yes, I did.
Me and fire, we're close.
Alrighty.
There we go. We got some good protections.
So I'm kind of the like one topic that I want to talk about tonight that I told you about that we mentioned. I think I want to hold off on that one until Brittany joins us, because I think that I think that would be a really good one to have her input in on as well.
Sweet. Yeah, I'm game and open to whatever.
Yeah, that way that she can jump in on that. So I know she said she was going to be joining us here shortly. So
yeah, Susan's saying, "Do you have short sleeves on?" Yeah, they're like 3/4. Not as easy to burn.
Rolled up away from all fire.
Rolled up away from fire.
Alrighty. So yeah, if you guys are wondering what we are doing, we are setting up protections before we go live. Or well, before the show and stuff. We set some up beforehand, but we're finishing out final stuff.
And when it comes to protections, I am a practicing Wiccan. And so, like Josh is a druid. So we each have our ways, I'm eclectic. We each have our ways of doing protections and blessings, and they have their similarities too. Like the herbs I'm using right now, I got from Brittany.
Nice.
And
Very
I'm adding
nice.
herbs to my little mini cauldron because my cast iron skillet is indisposed at the moment. So, and I'm adding these herbs on a charcoal disc, and I'm saying a blessing. And each of these herbs are going to help with bringing about protection for us while we're on this live with y'all, because we've had some interference, and it's best for us to be good spiritually protected and energetically protected, especially when we're talking about magical subjects.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Susan.
And Chloe, it sounds like Chloe's back there warning anything off too.
She's at the door. She's seeing, and I redid all my sigils in frankincense on all my entrances, all my mirrors, you name it.
Very nice.
Because I don't like being messed with. Having a spirit show up in the last card reading and him not wanting to go away and pestering me, I'm done with that. Okay, Susan, I can do that. I can feel Susan helping me, actually. Thank you. She helps send protection as well.
Nice. Thank you.
And then I'm adding Blessed Thistle. Blessed Thistle helps with hex breaking, curse breaking. And I'm going to add a little bit of wormwood, just because it is a psychic enhancement. It says Facebook user, you said, hey, we can't see who you are, but if you go to either my business page or Josh's, it'll show us your name.
Oh, I should set up the banners to say where people can find us. I didn't set up a banner because I didn't really know what to put on a banner for our...
I know, for Roundtable.
Yeah, so let me do that. I'll put up a banner where people can see where they can contact us. That way, if they don't have, if they're coming in through my page, they can find yours. If they're coming in through yours, they can find mine.
Exactly.
Let me get this set up.
Where is my charcoal disc at? Leon says that maybe he should start doing that. Leon, seriously, right now with the veil thinning like it is for Samhain, protection is so important, especially when you're doing psychic work, when you're doing mediumship, when you're doing readings, when you're doing healing, stuff like that. Throwing up that circle, throwing up that bubble of protection, runes, protective runes, sigils, candles, herbs, whatever you're called to, is really, really important right now because there's a lot of stuff floating around out there.
I don't think this will be too much information to throw out there. And she's talked about this. The reason Brittany is not with us currently right now was when I messaged her asking if she was if she'd like to join us tonight. She was in the process of getting ready to start her protection bath ritual. And especially during this time of year, those kind of rituals are very, very critical, especially to people who we work in these realms and those who work with spirits quite a bit. We need to take extra precautions during this time of year.
We're shiny. Yeah. It's like moths to a flame, and that's where we've got to protect ourselves. I did my bath.
Like something simple you can do. Like I started mine off this morning, and I use protection soaps, stuff with actually some stuff that Brittany sent me.
I had the sage soap.
So I've got my, this is just another one of my protection stones that I use. It's a small little piece of black tourmaline.
I love black tourmaline.
It protects against psychic attacks and stuff along those lines, so I carry it in my pocket.
I'm wearing all kinds of stuff, and I've got crystals all around.
Tiffany's got, all your necklace and your bracelets are all crystals, plus, yeah. Well, the one up here too, right?
This one's seraphonite. This one is highly powerful. It helps with, it's always warm on me too. It helps to connect with the seraphim, the archangels, the higher angels. And then all my crystals, all of these, my labradorite.
What about the necklace up here? This one?
That's a chakra one. It's got all mixed.
Yep. So you've got all kinds of stuff that's there for different protections and everything else.
Absolutely. I've got the snowflake obsidian that I got from Brittany. And I've got my amethyst that, dude, I don't play.
Yeah. That is a serious hunk of amethyst.
This is a dragon's tooth from Siberia. And this is the energy on this thing.
I mean, it seriously looks like a dragon's tooth.
Badass. Yeah. I got, my sage, my Palo Santo, quartz. I'm surrounded. Okay, I'm about to light my candles. I anointed them with frankincense, myrrh, and copal.
Nice. Gary, I have seen Tiffany's screen freeze a couple of times. If my screen freeze too, if both of us freeze, sometimes Tiff just had a little lag spike right there. And I think part of that is because she's going through Wi-Fi.
I am. I'm Wi-Fi.
Yeah, and that can cause just a little bit of lag spike. Like we'll get like jumps in the video, but not your audio. Your audio continues on, but the video occasionally
I freeze
will, like,
a lot. I noticed on some of others, and also I was going on in 1080p, and I've had to change it to 780 because the lag with the 1080p on Facebook Live, it was freezing like every 5 seconds for me.
Yeah. Honestly, if you would swap over to using, oh, beautiful. If you would swap over to using your laptop and it would be hardwired into the router, you would get rid of that lag.
My router's not in this room though.
Oh, then you'd have to run a cable.
Yeah. No. No, that's not going to work.
There's ways to run cables that you won't trip over them.
Yeah, I could staple it up on the wall.
Exactly. They have things for that. I have.
You're talking about running Cat 5?
No, not. Well, yeah, Cat 5. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just an Ethernet
I'm a
cable
nerd.
from.
I know how to do this stuff.
Yeah, just an Ethernet cable from your router.
Well, I don't use my laptop because I've ordered 2 webcams, and they suck. And so my Samsung Ultra 21 has a badass camera. I'm gonna use it.
I mean, the camera I use is great, and it's not that expensive. It's
you
actually
have which one?
I've got the Logitech C920.
I got that stupid. Oh god, what brand is it? It has a little ring light around it. And
no, screw that stuff. No.
And then another one, my puppy ate. Rosie ate another one.
This Logitech C920. This is what a lot of professional streamers use.
Well, I saw the Brio. I was looking at that one.
Yeah.
And then they have a streaming camera, a Logitech streaming camera.
I actually have these for tacking up.
Got it.
Cable and stuff. So, you can.
I've used duct tape before.
I won't lie, I have to. Like just tape it right down along the baseboard.
Hi Lynette. How are you doing, lovely? I love
Lynette.
you.
Hi, Helen.
Oh, sweet. Leon says my new necklace is the caduceus. I think that's yes. Beautiful. I would love to see a picture of it. That is very symbolic of the Kundalini.
Yes. Hi,
I'm
Jacqueline.
adding some herbs around my candles. They're very colorful, like a birthday cake.
We are doing great. Tiffany is setting up protections for the evening, so I've already got stuff set up on my side. Stuff's been
I'm
rolling on my
late,
side
like
for
always.
a little bit. It's okay. The only problem.
Forever the story of my life.
The only thing I didn't do, and hold on a second, I'm gonna have to step up in a way to do this. I'm gonna shut my camera.
Jacqueline.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. Helen, I'm doing okay. You say y'all. I'm in Texas, so I'm wondering where you're at. It's good to see you on here. We're going to be doing a roundtable discussion, and we've got a magical friend of ours, Brittany, who's going to be joining us here in a moment. And then Josh will be back. In the meantime, I'm lighting some Palo Santo, which is a holy wood. This one is equitably resourced out of Ecuador. Just found it on Amazon. It is a beautiful, beautiful scent. It's like a sweet wood, and it's very protective, and it blesses and it clears and cleanses all of the room. My go-to. I mean, I love me some sage and rosemary and you name it, but Palo Santo is just my go-to.
Okay, sorry guys.
Helen, you're in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I'm near San Antonio. Oh, we got Oklahoma.
I'm in Ohio.
Yes, he's Ohio, where it's really fall there. Here it's like, 60 degrees outside. There it's what, 30?
It's 59 right now. It's not been too bad today. It's actually been a really, really nice day today.
Today is gorgeous. It was so gorgeous
today. Yeah, it's been a super nice day today.
I had fun taking the dogs for a ride. I went by Starbucks. They got some puppuccinos.
Gary, you're in Michigan?
Yeah.
Don't worry, Gary. I won't hold it against you.
He wants out of there, though. Trust me.
It's funny because people from Ohio and Michigan usually have this thing back and forth where we playfully kind of banter with each other because our state football teams have a big rivalry.
Oh, okay.
And like, honestly, that's the only football game I ever care about is the Ohio State Michigan game.
It's kind of like in Texas. You've got University of Texas and A&M.
Yeah. Oh, he's a Buckeyes fan. You're good then, man. You're good, Gary. You're good.
He's really, I love him. He's so cool. Hey, Leon, do you prefer Gary or Leon? Like when I first met him.
Oh, yeah. Let me know. If you prefer Leon, I'll call you Leon. I'm just calling you Gary because I see that as your first name on there.
He used to go by Leon, so I'm double checking. I'm getting my fire and my cauldron going, y'all. Look at this.
She's doing that, and I'm lighting more Palo Santo.
I used the wax off of the chime candle to get it started.
Nice.
Because my charcoal wasn't doing it. There we go.
Just a little tip that I do with my holders and my chime candles. Because like when my candles burn down, the wax comes out and it doesn't all go in the holder. And so like I get these little hunks of wax like this that land on the table and I pick them up and I hold on to them because my holders are bigger than what the candles are. So I will take a little bit of this and melt into the bottom of the candle holder and then put the candle in.
Smart.
So I just hold on to those pieces of extra wax to melt those down into there.
I just use a plate. You've seen with my mix. I use a plate and then it's covered with all colors of wax on it right now. Then I end up putting it in boiling water and I just peel the wax off.
Well, someone sent me this set of 5 really nice candle holders. So I think it would be really, really bad if I didn't use those candle holders and I used a plate instead. I
have those candle holders. That's why, that special someone had to send you some. Mine, my stuff is still all kind of mixed up from when my friend helped me organize. So I have no idea where mine are at the moment. Kind of like my skillet. I don't know.
Yeah, I figured the house cleaner came, cleaned, the skillet disappeared.
I think it's in the kitchen.
She probably washed it and it's in there drying.
Yeah, probably. She probably washed the ashes out of it. Like, oh, bruja, what are you doing?
Oh, that's funny.
It's hilarious because she's from Mexico. So,
oh, I love Palo Santo, Helen. I love it, love it, love it. This is really nice Palo Santo. Oh, I don't have the bag back here. It's out in my altar.
That's Palo Santo is the go-to.
Yep.
I was thinking about it. You know how I told you that my housekeeper...
Tiffany is such a hedge witch, kitchen witch.
I'm using a spoon.
I know, that's what I was like.
I'm totally using a spoon. I'm so kitchen hedge eclectic, just using my grandmother's scissors as my theme. Hi, Brittany.
Hi, Brittany.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
I'm using some of your herbs.
Yay! I'm so glad. I had a little problems with my headphones. I haven't used these in over a year, but
Y'all don't have headphones on. I'm like the rebel in the middle who's like, no.
Yeah, but we're not getting any echo back, so that's not, that's really where you need the headphones. Like, if I didn't have the headphones on with my setup, my microphone would pick up everything coming through the speakers and repeat it again, and it would be the most annoying thing ever.
Mine does the same.
This sounds good. I'm impressed with the Samsung on that one. My audio is pretty solid.
Yeah, I've got an older Samsung model, and I tell you what, I am not thrilled by it. But it's an older one.
Which one?
It's like the 12 or whatever. It's like one of the older ones.
I had a 10, and then had it forever at an 8. I've had a Note. Now I've got the 21 Ultra, and I love it.
I just see, all I can see is in front of Tiffany is flames just coming up.
Fire! he stresses out because I'm very carefree with flames. But I also talk to the fire. He's watched me talk to the fire and turn it out.
And the funny thing is, Tiffany gets worried about me with fire, and I'm like super cautious. Like, I work with fire all the time. I understand fire. I work well with it.
I'm not reckless, man.
I'm not saying you're not reckless. I'm just saying, I have seen like flames just about to catch stuff on fire.
In my kitchen skillet.
She threw like 5 bay leaves onto a hot coal, and they just like went up like instantly into a massive like pillar of fire.
I agree with Helen over there. She says she loves the smell of Palo Santo.
Mm-hmm.
Palo Santo is that sweet, woody scent. It's just, and it's so cleansing.
Yep. I totally agree.
And see, my house, I've got Palo Santo burning in the house, and then that mugwort incense that you sent me, Brittany, I've got it going as well. And oh my God, the house smells so amazing.
Yeah.
I'm like, this place smells awesome right now.
I just got done doing my protection bath ritual, and in that I have sage, I have Palo Santo, and I also have cinnamon to bring forth good luck and prosperity to me. So I smell absolutely wonderful right now. Lots of good smells going around.
I hear too.
I have these oils that I wear, and they are Palo Santo, sage, cedar, and sandalwood, and it's in jojoba oil.
Oh, I love that. That is a really great one.
And he rubs it on his beard.
Yeah, absolutely. So in Celtic history, your hair is also, and it's very similar with Native American, is the hair is a very, very big holder of power, honor, dignity. So to where he puts it in his beard, I actually coat mine. That's why mine looks the way it does right now. I don't know if you could tell, but my ends, I coat mine in a mixture of jojoba, coconut oil, mixed around with ground cinnamon, sage, and Palo Santo and ash. And I add that to my hair so it can hold in and create a barrier and protect me.
And having long hair is also supposed to like help you as far as like connecting psychically and spiritually. You know, for me, I've had long hair and short hair. I've never noticed difference personally, but for some, it may definitely help.
I think it's more spiritual path belief.
Yeah.
100%. I totally agree with you there, Josh, because it's not really, you're not determined by your worth or your power with how long your hair is. However, there are some paths that just believe that there is an honor and a beauty into it, because it takes patience, time, and care to keep your hair that long. And if you can show that you can keep that consistent, it's like kind of an honoring. There goes Tiff with the fire.
It was totally caught.
The only thing I've ever asked her is, you have a fire extinguisher nearby, right?
Yes, I do.
I love that.
I mean, I've got this place used to be a business, so like literally right outside the hallway, there's a fire, like outside the door behind me, there's a fire extinguisher, and there's another one literally like 10 feet the other direction.
I've got like 3.
Yeah.
Gotta love that.
Yeah.
Gotta love that.
And some baking soda.
Yep.
This keeps catching. Like, I keep thinking it's done, and it's not.
So, Brittany, I was actually holding off on starting in on a topic that I want to discuss. And like, this is something I've really, really been wanting to discuss for a while, and I haven't got into it. And I wanted to do this. And I would take my glasses off, but if I do, I'm not going to be able to read the chat.
Oh, I can't read the chat at all. And that's partially why I took it off, because I can't even read it with the glare on my glasses. I usually wear contacts when I go live, but after I do my ritual, I have to be 100% natural.
I get that too. I totally understand that.
Talked about getting contacts.
And I'm talking about getting contacts so you guys don't see the screens on my glasses all the time. It's annoying.
It's really helpful, especially if you're trying to make, because for me, the eyes are so important. And
Well, that's why you guys will literally see me do this a lot of times in readings, is so you guys can actually
See the
kind of
eyeball.
sort of see my eyes.
Yeah.
You know,
I'll just
like,
pop them off, pop them back on, pop them off, pop them back on.
I do this, and literally the screen's like 3 feet in front of me, but everything is a blur. I can't read
I
any
have
of the
readers for the
chat.
first time. Josh has seen me with them. They're +1. I hit 40, y'all, and all of a sudden I couldn't read my prescription bottles. And I was like, oh shit. It's not bad. I'm still 20/20, but it's just enough that I need readers for up close.
Right.
I am driver's license restricted to corrective lenses. I can't even see the big letter.
Same here.
Like, I'm pretty close to legally blind. I can't see at all.
I'm spoiled. I am. I'm spoiled. That's one thing I've had good eyesight, and having it go blurry up close, now it's like, what? Like, I don't know how y'all deal with it. It's crazy.
It's shocking. It's definitely shocking.
It gets to be one of those things you wake up and like your glasses just become part of you.
My ADHD, I have like 4 pairs, and I only know where 1 pair is right now.
I don't know what I would do.
1 pair, and I know where they're at all times.
On your face.
On my face, or they're in the case next to my bed when I'm sleeping.
Yep, I'm with you there. And I think that's one thing that a lot of spiritual practitioners have in common is usually, from what I've seen, a lot of people who are into spirituality or who have invested a lot of time on it and who are really sensitive in some sort of way, they have some kind of health ailment that typically fails them. Mm-hmm. And whether it's, you have really bad eyesight, I have scoliosis, there's always that little something. So we get a little trade-off I
never thought of it like that.
Well, see, in shamanism, they have what they refer to as Shaman Sickness, which they believe that part of the mark of being a shaman is you are born, or early on in life, you develop a very bad health issue. Mm-hmm. And part of the process of the journey is learning how to deal with that so that you in turn can help others deal with their issues.
I've been told the same thing, like with my lupus and fibro, and Josh, like with what you deal with autoimmune and, scoliosis, girl, Britt, I have it too. It sucks. My back kinks up and I'm like stuck. Mm-hmm. And it's like, I kept, for the longest time, those in the spiritual community would almost victim blame me. Like, oh, you're manifesting your health issues. You got lupus because you manifested it. It's your fault. And I'm just like, I didn't do this,
Yeah, I have gotten that from people, and that does nothing but just it's yeah. I mean, it is like I had a hernia, and I literally had someone tell me, well, your hernia is a result of your anger, and you need to release your anger because that's where it's stored in your belly, and that's why you've got a hernia there. And I'm like, no, I have a hernia there because I had a major surgery. And I had to focus on my abdominal muscles to move and get around. And I actually tore a hole in them during that process and that time. This has nothing to do with spiritual. Physical. This is a physical issue that happened, and trying to blame it on some energetic cause that happened.
Manifestation.
Yeah. And it's just, no, this is something that happened as I was dealing with another health issue. This happened, and it's not it's not the crazy oh well, you manifested this because you brought this on yourself. No.
Someone told me I must have had bad karma in a past life, and I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? And then that same person told me that lupus isn't real because it's all energy.
And then tell them to just look at them and say, well, I guess you're not real because you're all energy too.
That's just absolutely crazy to me. And that's, I think, sometimes something that really needs to be addressed in the metaphysical community is not everything is always a spiritual reason. And as hard as that is to explain, because we all want to believe that everything is much larger than what it is. However, the reality is that we are in human bodies.
Yes.
And
this is playing right into what I want to talk
We
about.
just talked about this
human
yesterday.
bodies fail us. And that is also, you know, exactly what Josh was talking about, the shaman sickness. There's other sicknesses that are in different areas of the craft as well. You have, you know, your seers that come from your Norse area. A lot of them are blind. However,
or blind or really, really horrible vision issues. And so they develop a different form of vision.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when our human bodies, you know, fail us, or when our human bodies are too small of a vessel for what we are spiritually,
that makes sense.
It just can ail and break down a little bit more. However, those medical issues are very real, and that is not something that can very much be solved with magic. It's not something that can be solved or caused with magic. Can you help it?
Yes.
Yes.
But your human body is still going to have the issue that you have, and I'm still going to have scoliosis even if I do a whole bunch of spell bottles to help me have strength or help me deal with fatigue. I'm still going to have anxiety and depression diagnosis even though I do spell bottles to help with anxiety. I'm still going to have depression even though I wear crystals for depression. It just helps.
Depression sucks. I have it too, babe.
Yep, I deal with that. I deal with
PTSD.
I deal with it. I deal with PTSD and anxiety.
And
I deal with a lot of different, you know, physical health issues as well, just because of things.
Well, and it's like two things. It's like by us walking that path of experiencing these things firsthand, as a healer, it makes us stronger because we know, we've experienced it, we understand. It helps with the empathy aspect as well. And then on another note, it's like as a wounded healer, like when Brittany did my past life reading, I mean, some of my first incarnations, my spirit was too much for a physical vessel, and I did not live long in those lifetimes because my spirit is just a different vibration, and it's an adjustment. So that makes sense what you were talking about the physical vessel having to accommodate our spiritual vibration.
Yeah, and it just causes, you know, breakdown a little bit quicker. If you put something really big into a small container, it's going to overfill, it's going to blow up, it's going to fall to pieces. But, you know, when you get used to being in that vessel, it can adjust easier, it can fit better, it can flex, it can bend.
That makes so much sense. And then also in the lines that we choose to incarnate in, our ancestral lines, a lot of them have illnesses, genetic stuff. Like with me, I have RA, I've got lupus from my mom's side, I've got thyroid from my dad's side, I had female issues from my dad's, you know, it's like I got them all, man. So I always joke and say, like, I hope that the future generations don't have it. I hope that I took it, and I hope that I cleared it.
Yeah. So the funny thing is, everything that we've just been talking about plays into what I've been wanting to discuss.
Sweet.
So I've really been wanting to talk about this. I talked with Tiffany a little bit about this. I haven't got to bring it up with you, Brittany, so I don't know where you stand on this. But I want to preface this by saying what I'm about to say may piss some people off, and I may offend some people. And if I do, I'm sorry. But this is something that needs to be addressed, and I've seen this as a serious issue.
Oh, you're gonna go there.
Oh, I'm going there. I'm
I
not. I told you. I'm not.
Brett's on board.
We're getting to the hot spot here.
Yeah,
Brett's
I told you.
I
I wasn't pulling punches tonight. I'm done with pulling the punches. And
Are you
stuff.
going for spiritual ego?
I'm going for the Ascension ego and the spiritual ego shit.
We're talking the 5D people who look down on those of us that are walking in 4D and 3D.
The 5D, the 4D, 5D, 8D, 10D, 12D, you know, how many ever freaking D they end up wanting to go to.
It's consciousness, y'all. It's consciousness.
I'm
interested in what y'all have to say.
I only have one D, and that's Greg. Greg is my D.
I love you, Brittany. I love you. So
I love you. It took me like 2 seconds to get it, and I was like, oh my God. I'm slow sometimes.
So here's the thing. Like, I have seen in the spiritual community a lot of people who talk about, you know, well, I've ascended from 3D to 5D and from 3D to 8D and, you know, 10D and all this other stuff. Okay. All right. If you go and as soon as they talk about this, it is no longer a matter of someone just sitting there and having a conversation with you about, hey, you know, I've gained some enlightenment, I've got some knowledge, I've got some wisdom, I want to share it with you. Almost every single person I run into that talks about this stuff has that attitude of, well, I've ascended to the
ego.
5D.
Ego.
And
that's not it.
You're living in the 3D, so you really need to work on elevating your vibrational levels so that you can ascend.
I've been told I'm not going to ascend. I have to work with these people to ascend, and that without them, I'm not ascending.
I've straight up had people tell me that I'm not
You're
enlightened.
human in service.
I'm not the same people that told her that.
I'm an enlightened being. He's a human in service.
Told me I was a human in service. Not really sure what the hell that means in their little crazy cult, but
see, this is what really baffles me, is because the magic that I practice is old world magic.
Yeah.
And like I said earlier, the D's don't register with me. They
Same
don't
here.
really mean anything to me. There is no status hierarchy in witchcraft. There's not. And that's the thing for me, at least, is for my craft, we are all of equal placement. I am no better than you. I am no better than the frog. I am no better than the snake. I am no better than the bird. I'm no better than dirt. So for me to personally think that because I've ascended onto some sort of plane, I am here. I walk in the same footsteps and touch the same ground and go through the same emotions as my ancestors thousands of years before me. I don't want to ascend anywhere into the future. I'd like to know the past and where I came from, and I'd like to work with the magic that's been on, you know, this earth and been in the world for millions and millions and millions of years.
And it's getting more powerful
than
magic.
Before where I've been. Why would I want to go why would I want to be on a different plane than with my brothers and sisters?
Well, and see, that's the whole point of this. This is what people are missing. The
dimension. It's like consciousness. The D stands for dimension.
Right. For all of us to be here, and to be walking around as humans, that's our job, is to be spirit experiencing life as a human. We are here to have the human experience.
We're fractals of consciousness.
Correct. But we're meant to experience this and to walk among one another, to talk with each other, to connect with each other. This whole idea of how these people are using this ascension idea, and I refer to it as almost like an ascension sickness or an ascension syndrome, because these people get so locked into the idea of this having to elevate to these certain levels and these certain vibrational levels and these ascension levels. And I'm sitting there the whole time going, you guys have freaking missed it. Like, seriously.
So much spiritual bypassing.
It really is. It is a form of spiritual bypassing.
Like they're not doing all the work, like, the shadow work. They're trying to bypass. But, in the New Age community, which I have been a part of, but I have the witchy side as well, like with Brit. So I come at it differently. But I do experience ascension symptoms. I can feel the Schumann resonance. That's why I monitor it. I can tell when solar flares are hitting the earth. I can feel it. So I know that the earth is changing. Gaia is changing, but I don't feel that it's the ascension necessarily as others would perceive it as. I see it as Gaia. We're helping Gaia. We're helping Earth to ascend and to shift from a patriarchal society and culture back into a more balanced matriarchal. And that's where we have the age of Aquarius. So we have starseeds, earth angels, light workers, and we're all like indoctrinated almost with like these different philosophies. And everyone is like wanting to be a twin flame, or everyone is, stuck on that, or everyone is stuck on the 5D, and they're missing the point. The point is we're having a freaking human experience for a reason. And we're supposed to experience all that this world has to offer, the good, the bad, the ugly, the wonderful, because that's part of being human.
Absolutely. And see, the thing is, there is an ascension that we can do. What I think, at least the way that I see it through my view, what you was talking about being able to focus and feel the Schumann resonance and to feel the vibrations and the energies and to feel those things. To me, that is just a matter of coming into tune with your body, coming into alignment with yourself.
Absolutely.
And as you do that, you come into tune and with alignment with the earth and with everything around you, because we're all connected.
It's the zero
We're connected. We're connected to everything in the universe.
You're plugged in.
Connected.
Wake up that Kundalini. Plug in.
Absolutely. But one of the things that I want to say is there is a true form of ascension. There is a form of ascension. And what that ascension is actually love. It's coming into a harmony and a vibration and a frequency with love. Deepak Chopra talks about this in his book, The Path to Love. He talks about there's 3 different phases of love. He says at first, he says, you fall in love with someone, or hold on, let me figure out how this went. He said, first off, like you have kind of that superficial falling in love with someone, that kind of
infatuation.
Right. And then there's like being in love with someone, like you truly have, you're in love with this being. But then the third aspect of love is when you come into being love yourself.
Unconditional.
You walk around as a representation of love. And that is the ultimate point to ascension. If you look at the people that they consider the ascended masters, that's how they walked while they was on this planet.
But not narcissistic love.
Amen.
That's different.
No, they walked in pure love. They walked in service to the people around them.
See, that's what I consider 5D consciousness would be, that unconditional love, service to others versus service to self, that kind of consciousness. And then walking that consciousness and living that consciousness on a daily basis, but still being human and understanding that you're still 3D. You're just practicing a 5D unconditional love consciousness.
Well, see, but that's where this whole problem of when people started assigning 3D, 5D, all that stuff is, because now people take that and they use that as like a badge of, well, look, I'm higher up on this tier than you are. You're still down here on 3D. What are you doing? You don't have your stuff together. You need to get your stuff together.
There should be no judgment if someone's at 5D.
Well, and see, that's the thing. You have all these people claiming that they've ascended to these 5D, 8D, and higher levels of consciousness. And they're using this as a form of spiritual egotism
Mhm.
to pump themselves up, to make themselves up on a pedestal above someone else.
Better than. They get a betterment attitude.
Right. But at the same time, they want to come at you like, well, I'm just doing this to try to help you.
See, and that's another thing is there's an old Celtic saying that love is truly someone who is able to honor the brother and compliment the brother. And if you're in the position to where you're just constantly looking at someone as someone lower than you, the chances are you have not actually made it to where you think you are. If the only thing that you constantly have to say about someone, especially in the spiritual community, is hateful things, then you probably want to actually take a step back and look at where you went wrong with your shadow work or with your gratitude. If you follow a different path than witchcraft or the more metaphysical parts, or you might want to spend some time in silent meditation and figure out where exactly did I go wrong here, to where I think that my fleshy being is better than somebody else's fleshy being. Because the news is that for anyone who is watching this, for both you, Josh and Tiff, we're all perfect exactly the way we are.
Thank you.
We are exactly who we are in this moment, by no mistake.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
We are here and who we are, and saying what we are, and believing what we are, and in the positions that we are in, by absolutely no mistake. That there is a plan and a destination that is made for you. And whether you are able to open up your ears and hear it, and the silence is entirely up to you. It's not up to someone who claims that they're on a dimension higher than you, telling you that you need to listen. It is only you that can open up your ears.
Divine hand.
Absolutely.
It's not made for another person to tell you that you're not in the right place, or that you're not exactly perfect the way you are. And there's a difference between somebody coming to you as a friend and saying, I see you're struggling. Is there anything you need help with?
Exactly.
Than somebody coming to you and saying, if you're struggling, you need help. They're
or
different.
Unsolicited. Josh and I will get messages unsolicited from people, and we're like, I didn't ask you. Like, one lady said she was cutting cords. She messaged me saying I had all these cords that she had to cut. And I was like, woman, don't touch my shit. I didn't give you permission.
Yeah, and that's another thing is someone who has ascended higher or believes that they're higher, and so is wanting to do spell work on behalf of another individual without their consent. That's not okay.
My higher self, she didn't touch me because she was blocked. Whatever she thought she was doing, she wasn't. But the fact that she thought she was, and even attempting that, I never messaged back because I was just so insulted.
Yeah. Right. And see, here's the thing, as when we're doing the kind of work, when we're working with people on an energetic level, we're working with their energetic body. Okay. We have to respect that energetic body every bit as much as we would their physical body. You wouldn't just go up and start touching someone. You wouldn't go up and just start touching anyone without their permission.
Exactly.
And so, like, it was funny. I was having a discussion about that today. Not the energetic body, but, people just going up and touching someone. This one lady came up and she'll always, like, touch this one lady's hair. And the other lady doesn't really like it. Doesn't really know how to, like, tell her, stop it, because she doesn't
She's
really
probably touching her so she didn't give her oho. In Hispanic culture, they touch my eyes a lot and my hair because my eyes are different, and it's for protection.
I get my hair touched a lot.
Yeah, but I mean,
a lot.
Still,
like they touch my eyes.
But still, that's one of those things. People shouldn't be doing that without.
Yeah, I just thought
the person
going, oh, I'm like, oh.
Yeah. Did Greg just flip your hair?
Yeah.
I thought so.
He totally did. He's got permission, though. That's
Tell him hi. I love him.
Everyone says hi.
Hello.
He waves.
Can you show? Is he decent? Does he have a shirt on?
He never has a shirt on. He never has a shirt on. Here, we'll say hi. Here, let me flip you around.
I've never seen this man with a shirt on, but once. And there he is. Hi.
Hello. Whoa, there he is. Hi.
Hello.
He just got a new tattoo on his chest and on his leg.
What'd he get?
Nice.
He's got like a big Punisher skull on his chest, and then he's actually got the Volknot on his leg.
Oh, nice.
A Volknot. It's Odin's symbol.
Oh.
It's the interlocking triangles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then it's got a whole bunch of warrior runes around it. It's
Nice.
really cool.
Badass. I looked at a picture of that. That's pretty cool.
I'll have to send one to you.
I'll take a picture of my Odin statue and send over to you guys.
Oh,
I've just got roses. I've got rose tattoos. From my grandmother's drawings.
I've got awkward little hearts right here. And then yes.
I'm the only one here without tattoos. We need to start a Get Josh Tattoos fund.
And
I have a big rose on my side. It's huge.
I have like two sunflowers and an actual unfinished butterfly that was left unfinished. Because I've always really liked the symbolism of the sunflower, the fact that it's so strong and so durable and brings so much joy. I thought I needed it. And
I understand. That's
nice.
Me with roses. I've got rose incense going right now.
I love roses. It's definitely a very peaceful and loving flower. And that's another thing that I think is really cool, is that there's so much symbolism behind so much on this earth.
Mm-hmm.
Why? And I'm still kind of baffled by the whole like sickness because I mean there's so much beauty on this earth.
It's almost like they're trying to like check out, like, yes. You know, like Earth isn't good enough. Earth is like hell. So basically, you know, the job is to anchor the light, to work on the grids, to work with the ley lines, to be a wave shower, to help heal others. And in the process, you are ascending, raising your vibration to, some people believe, to turn into your light body and to move into the second earth that is already created and leave everybody else behind.
Oh, Helen has an eagle. That is a beautiful symbolism for a tattoo.
Eagles are amazing. So some people kind of have that theory, like, you know, like there's two earths. So, you know, some people report seeing two suns, two moons right now. I don't know. You know, when I'm tripping out on ketamine, I'm kind of like just consciousness.
I don't know. I don't know if I will ever be someone who actually gets on board with that whole thing, because I just see it as a very stern hierarchy thing, and I'm just not really worried about that. Whatever dimension I'm in, I'm okay, man.
Well, it's almost dangerous. It can, because it's cultish. I've watched people kind of create these cults, and it's kind of creepy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm happy right here, man. I can help so many people right here, and not just people. I can help the earth here. I can help spirits here. I'm okay with that. So if I gotta stay in this 1D world, like I'm all right with that.
Well,
I'm
Brittany,
okay.
I do shamanic journeying. I travel to other realms and other dimensions, and I'm not talking about. And I'm not talking about like the 4D, 3D, 5D. Like I hang out in the 3D, obviously, but like not the 4D, 5D, like 6D. I'm talking, you know, traveling other realms type stuff. When I do shamanic journeying, we cross over. I spend a lot of time working in the spirit realms.
That's where I'm at.
See, I work in the angelic realms a lot.
Most of my work is actually in the past. I have a lot of, the major thing that I do, the major thing that I've trained in and take a whole lot of time in is past life regression.
My God. In your readings, girl, the reading you gave me.
Thank you.
Mind blown.
you have to be able to, go to a different time, go to a different place, see
Absolutely.
the imagery there, understand what's going on. There's not very much that you could do in a past life regression or a past life reading if you didn't know, what the images are that are coming to your head. If you're wondering, how to get a time period or how to get a place or how to get an area, you have to be able to physically put your head while talking to someone right here and now into that time period and watch the movie of their past life play out in your brain.
Watching Brittany do it and experiencing her past life reading, holy shit. Like
Brittany, you and me are going to have to set up to do one of these when I can afford it, because
I'm still integrating what
I definitely want to do this. Actually, are you still running your deal on them?
I am. I did a full past life regression for Tiff. We were up for like 6 hours.
Oh God, that's great.
Good money. I think I still need to send her more.
Why don't you go ahead and talk about that service that you offer, Brittany, and let people know where they can reach out to you?
Yeah, we share her link because Brittany is badass. Crystal's right. Brittany's spot on.
Oh, thank you so much.
You want me to share your group, right? The Crystal group.
This one's cracking me up.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, Brandon, me and ketamine, we're friends. It's gotten rid of my fibro, and my dad is my trip sitter.
And sometimes for me, I started going into past life regression and kind of figuring out what was going on there because my own experiences. Because very often we go through our days and we have random flashbacks, random feelings of deja vu, random pictures in our mind to where they seem so vivid and they're so real. We have dreams to where we're in different time periods and we're like, oh my gosh. Where's that coming from? And we're like, oh, well, I must have watched
imagination or collective consciousness, or I watched this show.
Yeah. But the thing is that if you weren't, you wouldn't be getting those messages for a reason if there wasn't some kind of connection.
It's important. It's a message.
So I kept having a reoccurring dream over and over again of me physically walking in someone's body that was back in World War II in England. And I had a very different body, but I was physically in her and walking as her and feeling life as her and having feelings and having emotions related to her. And I was having this dream over and over and over again. And I was wondering, you know what? I've never, ever seen a movie like that. And if it was based off of a movie, why am I physically in her body and not watching it?
And
why am I not watching it
You're experiencing.
Yeah, and I would wake up with like a sick stomach or anxiety or a fear of the way that I saw myself die reoccurringly in this dream. And then I stumbled upon a book, and I wish I had the name off the top of my head. I've got it downstairs on my shelf.
Is it Dr. Brian Weiss's?
I can't exactly remember. I read it 2 years ago.
His is good. It's One Soul, Many Lives. He's the one that worked with Doreen Virtue on the past life cards. And he's a past life regressionist, the psychiatrist. It's a really good book.
Very possible, because at the same time, I was also getting a lot into Doreen Virtue's cards as well. I was really, really interested in psychology. So I was wondering, I picked up this book and I read it, and I started to see different ways that I could hypnotize myself and bring on a
self-hypnotism.
A self-hypnotism and a past life regression dream, or to just go ahead and transport into that in an awake consciousness state during a meditation. And I was reoccurringly putting myself in the same spot over and over and over again, but more was playing out. Instead of the same dream that I was having to where I was walking outside and being hit by a car in the rain, I was getting longer time lapses that were starting before, and then the dream would come on and coming after.
And more detail?
Yes, more detail. are random flashbacks to different parts of the day and different memories in that specific life. And once I had finally got it down, I decided to go ahead and try giving myself a past life reading. And what I do with those is that I use 4 different decks to help get a composure of the whole entire life from the beginning.
Oh, yes, he does.
Certain karmic circles, your relationship with your family, your romantic relationships, any kind of karmic patterns, any of that kind of information.
Karmic relationships and the people that keep repeating in our lives.
I look into all of those areas and pull out as much information from your spirit guides that I possibly can, all the way from, roundabout years. For some people, I can actually get a pinpoint into exact years that you were possibly born, exact areas, what was going on in the time that you were born, specific wars or whatever. And all of that is communicated to me because in past life regression, in order to get a piece of the past, you must give a piece of the present.
Absolutely.
So I actually create offerings to your spirit guides and to anyone who is willing to communicate with me into that specific past life that I pull. So some of those things can be, which is black salt. I actually have rusty coffin nails, some things that may seem a little bit darker to some people, but however, they just resemble the line between, life and death, because there's a very, very thin line that is there. And when you walk that line, the doors of the past really just swing open, and there's so much information.
You've changed my life after that reading. Like, I have been mind blown. Josh knows. I'm like still integrating.
Oh yeah, she's talking about it like constantly in our conversation. She's like, "Oh my gosh!" And then that reading with Britt, like, we'll be talking, and she'll just like something will hit, and she'll be like, "Oh, Brittany brought that up in that," and then she's like. And like, I mean, it's not even rabbit hole. I mean, it's just like, it's that level of excitement that you've hit. Like, oh my God, I found this out. This is cool.
The whole reading for like 6 hours, I had goosebumps. Like, I mean, she was like spot on shit.
It's taking pieces of the puzzle and putting pieces of the puzzle that you couldn't see. Like, you didn't even realize those pieces were there and were needed to be able to put the full picture together.
That's right, because I knew bits and pieces from my own guided meditations, my own dreams, but Brittany was able to pull it together with the cards and with her guides, her team, working with my team in such a way that the storyline just started laying itself out for my lives and who I am and where I come from and who created me. And, it just mind-blowing. And it's really kind of got me on this journey of I'm very much a white witch. I do no harm. I will barely even put someone in the freezer, y'all, okay? But when I do it, I don't put them in the freezer. I put their actions.
She is not Jeffrey Dahmer. She is literally not putting people in the freezer, okay?
Not today.
No, just her name. My mom opens up like the freezer and she's like, "Tiffany, what's this?" And I was like, "Oh, that's my spell. Put that back."
I love that. That's
she's
the best.
Southern Baptist. She's like, "Ah."
Surprised she hasn't dropped a spell jar and shattered it yet.
No, she stays away from those. My dad will come in and kind of gaze and look, and he's curious. But my mom, she'll just like flat out she saw it. She's gonna pretend she didn't.
See, my mom's actually.
That's hilarious.
Of like why I've been the way I am my whole life, like really came together with Brittany's reading. Like, I've known witchcraft ever since I was a child. I used to make potions with mud, and add leaves and flowers, and I would burn candles and I would dress them, and I didn't know what I was doing. I was doing spells, but it's because of who I was in past lives and who I am. And Brittany helped piece a lot of that together, and it was beautiful.
Helen says that's how people in the South is.
Girl, she's in Louisiana. She's in
It's
Baton
not
Rouge.
just the South. I live in Ohio. They will freak out here too. Like, I live in a small rural town. There's like less than 1,300 people that live in this town, and we have 7 churches in this town. Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right.
We got more,
Like,
I think. Oh yeah.
and like the per capita is kind of crazy for how small the town is to the amount of churches. And being out there as, someone who does readings.
I'm more out there now, but I'm not really integrated in my community as much. But like what Josh was about to say, that people look at, like when you tell them, oh yeah, I do tarot, they're like, oh, or they're like, really? It's
Well,
one or the other.
it's like Helen said that they have voodoo down where she's at,
Yeah.
in her areas. Like literally around here, if I tell someone that, I do readings and stuff, like they like think that I'm like some voodoo witch doctor getting ready to cast hexes and stuff on them. That I'm getting ready to like
the devil. And I was like,
that I'm
I
like,
don't know.
that I'm getting ready to like eat their soul or something else like that. I'm a ginger, but hold on, come on, there's limits.
You're going on a trip with
sacrifice
me.
your youngest child.
Do you know what? And that's one thing that I actually think is really quite funny is my mom, I live in a predominantly German Catholic area in Cincinnati.
Oh my God. So
Really, really, really big area.
Brittany and me live about an hour apart from each other, so we both know the areas that each other lives in very well.
There. I'm just
I
in Texas.
will say my mom is and this is a little stitch in I want to put for anybody who's actually, watching right now that may identify with being Christian. My mom is a Lutheran. She goes to church almost every single Sunday. However, my mom is also someone who's extremely sensitive and has premonition dreams. And let me tell you, that woman uses crystals. Let me tell you, that woman supports me, even though I am not a Christian. And she is 100% okay with, cleansing and making sure her area is safe and everything, and making sure her home is safe and has good vibes. Because in the end, this whole thing called spirituality, witchcraft, whatever you like to call it, it's for everybody.
It is.
It's for everybody.
Well, and we all do it. We all
see,
practice
that's
in
the
different
thing.
ways.
Well, it's funny because first off, like another thing I may offend some people with, but I've actually, and I have offended people with this comment in the past, is Christians who are like, well, witchcraft is evil. And I'm like, hold on. So it is, you drink the blood and you eat the body, and then you celebrate the resurrection after the first full moon, after the solstice. Is that after the spring equinox? Is that correct? Let's
not forget the virgin birth.
Is that how
Magi.
Easter goes down? Is it's the it's based on lunar cycles. There's all blood magic involved in everything, but we don't practice witchcraft here.
And blowing out candles on birthday cakes, making a wish. I mean, hello. I mean, and there's so many traditions, and it's part of us. It's part of who we are as humans. It's part of our blood, our ancestors. And part of what I really worked really hard for, because I've studied religion like a psycho, all religions. I've read the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, the Bible, the Nag Hammadi, the Dead Sea. I'm a nerd, the Dead Sea Scrolls. I've read them all. And, my main takeaway is that God consciousness, spirituality, was coming to all of us just in different ways.
I'm so glad that Josh got that. Brandon, you are so
It's
right.
true.
Candle magic is all over. The white pillars that you see in Catholic churches, guess what they are? Purification, baby. That's
Frankincense.
exactly what they are. Frankincense. If you go to a Catholic mass or Catholic funeral, guess what they're doing with that incense?
The ball thingy.
They are cleansing that room for that body to pass on into the next life.
Well, think about holy water. What is holy water?
They do that. They do that. They do that at mass too. They walk through with the censer, cleansing the path, and the priest follows in behind them. They're the altar boys and stuff that are out in front with the censer. They're cleansing the path with that as the priest walks behind, blessing it as they walk in to go up to the altar to start their ceremony.
It's true. It's ritual and it's magic.
And the thing is, if you really look back into the way the early church was, the early church still practiced what we call magic. If you want to go back and you really want to get into the argument, let's go back to the whole on the aspect of Christianity. Let's go back to where they were out on the water with Jesus, and the storm came, and the boat was rocking, and the waves were bad, and they went down and they woke Jesus up and said, "Hey, can you guys?" They said, "Hey, can you calm the storm? We're going to sink." And Jesus said, "Why the hell did you guys wake me?" Well, I don't know if he said hell, but I know if I was Jesus at that point in time, I've been like, "Why in the hell did you guys wake me up?" Which, I mean, he comes at it with that same kind of attitude, though, is why did you wake me up? You guys have the same power I do. Why aren't you calming the storms?
Because they don't realize their power because they've forgotten.
And Jesus straight up tells them, says, you have the same power. You are going to go on to do even greater deeds than what I have done.
Well, read the book of Thomas and the Nag Hammadi. It's first person from Jesus, like Jesus's point of view. I mean, it's his words.
Let's also break that down really quick, okay? So, Jesus, also an ascended master.
Yeah.
What kind of personality does he have? He's not like, oh, yeah, you had to wake me up because you need help. You can't do this.
Right.
He purges them.
He's a teacher.
We have magic within you. We all have magic within us because
he was like he's a Reiki master. He was a healer.
Yeah.
Well, he encouraged them to step up, step into your power, step into your authority, step into your truth, understand who you are. That's what he was really trying to teach them.
And not about the organized religion that it's become today. There's a difference here. We're talking about the early teachings before man got their hands on everything and corrupted it for greed, control, and power. So, like, going back even further with the ancient Israelites, they worshipped Asherah. You had Yahweh and his goddess, his consort Asherah. There was divine feminine. There was balance before they took Asherah out and demonized her and killed all her priestesses.
Well, if we really want to dive back into some stuff, let's even dive back into the Old Testament. Let's go back to the deal with Moses and the children of Israel in Egypt and the whole thing that happened there. Like Moses was literally in the Pharaoh's court casting magic right along with the court's magicians going, look, I can do anything you can do. You do it, I'll match it, and then I'll one up it.
Yeah.
Like it's Solomon.
Turning a staff into a snake.
Yeah.
Dude, I swear the burning bush and they were smoking weed.
No, it wasn't weed, it was acacia.
Yeah.
Acacia grows. There's acacia grows all through that area, and it is one of the highest concentrated sources of dimethyltryptamine. Is it psychedelic? Yeah, it's the highest source of dimethyltryptamine, aka DMT.
I knew they were tripping out. I knew it.
There's a really good book by Rick Strassman called DMT and the Soul of Prophecy, where he goes in and he talks about the Old Testament prophets and how they were gaining their visions and their prophetic visions from his studies that he's seen in his works with DMT, because he was who done the first clinical trials with DMT.
They're doing them now. It's amazing. It's some of the results, kind of like how I'm doing ketamine. You know, eventually I'm going to do psilocybin, microdosing. But like when you look at Revelations or when you look at some of those texts, you know, they're so symbolic and it's so psychedelic.
Well, yeah, I mean, like some of the stuff that they talk about in Revelations, and even going back, like Carrie White mentioned Enochian magic, but like
Yeah.
Enoch and stuff goes into talking about the angels, and you talk about the wheel within the. They talk about the wheel within the wheel, and what an actual angel looks like and stuff, and they are looking at things in a spiritual realm when they were doing these things.
Absolutely. And with Enoch, it's beautiful because he actually goes into the story of the fallen angels, and he goes into the story of what led to the Great Flood, which I still don't understand all that.
But I do also need to bring up some of the Enochian stuff can get really, really, really dark. Like Aleister Crowley dived deeply into the Enochian stuff. He would actually do a lot of his chants and incantations were done in an Enochian language. And so you got, I got some stuff if you ever want to hear it, but it's dark.
Are we talking like Golden Dawn stuff? Or are we talking like...
No, I'm talking to Aleister Crowley.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking to Aleister Crowley. I actually have some recordings of Crowley, the original recordings.
I don't think I want to hear it. No.
Of him doing chantings and incantations, and he does them in the Enochian, and then he does them again in English, so you understand what it is.
Every time I hear somebody say Crowley's name, I always think, Mr. Crowley. Dun, dun, dun.
Well, I mean, that's exactly who the song's about. Ozzy was singing about Aleister Crowley.
Automatically where my mind goes is...
She starts channeling Ozzy Osbourne.
Full blown on left field, totally squirreled it out, but that's where my mind's...
Carrie's correct. Words matter. Words are spells. We talk about that. Yep. It's called spells because words are spelling.
Yep.
And, abracadabra.
And you guys have probably heard me say this 100 times. You're probably going to hear me say it 1,000 more. Is anything that you say after the words "I am" is a spell you are directly casting on yourself.
Mm-hmm. It's true. That's why the affirmations are so important. Because it's the I am positivity, the I am for change.
Yeah. You do not use those negative I am statements. Those are negative spells you are casting on yourself.
I think Josh, Brittany, those y'all know me. Sometimes I'll like say something like negative or whatever, and I'm like, oh, I'm just kidding. Take it back. Control, delete. Yeah. Take it back. Cancel.
Didn't mean that one. And the thing. And the thing that you got to be careful about is your body, like when you say these things, your body, the cells in your body are actually listening to what you are doing. Your cells are living organisms that make you up, and they actually listen to the things that you say. And if you tell those cells something negative, they're going to react that way because that's what you're telling them to do.
Your body doesn't know the difference. Your body takes it literally.
Yes.
Agreed. I'll be right back.
Like
guys.
Brandon said, affirmations are so undervalued. And that's like, I post so many affirmations on my business page and I do them daily because they're life-changing. Not just from a psychology perspective, but from that spiritual energetic perspective, that manifestation aspect.
Yeah.
Same for plants and pets and animals. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, any negativity that you speak, and like, what was it? Masato Emoto? Hold on.
The water guy?
Yes, The Secrets of Water.
Yeah, the water guy. Soto. I can't think of his name right now.
Oh, give me a second. I'm pulling it up.
I charge my water with Reiki. I charge my water with positive intentions. I speak love into my water. When I take a bath, I charge it with Reiki. I charge it with intentions all the time. And I've done that since I was a kid. Like, Brittany, that makes sense though. Now that I know my past life stuff, that I'm known to do that.
Masaru Emoto is who done it. He was a Japanese scientist that studied the effects of positivity and negativity of like what we would say in energy and effects on water. Mm-hmm. And they done a whole deal where they would take water and they would focus an energy into it, like love or joy, peace, happiness,
and the crystalline structure.
And the crystalline structure was gorgeous. It formed like these beautiful, beautiful fractals. Everything was just very geometric and just stunning. But when they focus things like hate and anger and rage and wrath and destruction and stuff, the crystalline structure was all broken. It was malformed. It didn't form any real form.
It's real spiky.
Yeah, it was real spiky. It didn't form any fractals at all. There was no fractalization to the way the crystalline structure formed.
How much percentage of water are we?
70%.
Okay, so we're 70% water, and we know we can affect water with intention and words.
Yep.
So, affirmations.
Yes.
I really like what Carrie and both Helen have said. The same for plants and pets and animals. And then Helen says, I play meditation music for my plants. I'm 100% with you. I have some lilies that I have literally been working with since I planted them a year ago. And one of the specific lilies that I have, I mean, they were just bulbs. That's all they were. And I spoke to this specific lily every single time I walked past it and encouraged it and said, you are beautiful, you are strong, you are powerful. I named her Lilith the lily. And this year, she grew 6'4".
Bad. What?
6'4".
You might have the largest lily in existence.
A lily. She was huge. Absolutely huge.
That's badass.
So
I grow amaryllises. I love amaryllises.
I grow grass in my yard.
I did have a weed plant for a little bit there on accident, and my dad saw it, and he was like, Tiffany? And I was like, oh, because I had some seeds, and I just put it in the pot. I didn't think it'd actually grow. And it's like not legal here, y'all. So I was like, maybe I don't need that right now. Yeah, I can grow anything like that.
It's so important to talk to your plants and foster growing. I mean, I grow a whole bunch of different things. I grow peonies. I grow roses. I grow lilies. I grow irises. So many different plants because I like to give back to the earth. And when I take something from the earth, I like to put something back. And a lot of the time I do a lot of, spell jars, and I do a lot of spell work that has to be deposited into the ground. Yeah. So if I'm going to put that energy there, I'm going to have to give it something back. So I just plant tons of flowers, tons and tons of flowers.
I love, Helen, that's the one I grow all the time. I have rosemary and lavender everywhere. Rosemary is my go-to.
Yeah, since I've moved here, my health hadn't been good until this year, and so the last couple of months, to where I couldn't even get out to do any planting on anything, so I haven't done anything. There's a flower bed out front, and just whatever was there just grows. But I want to dig that thing up and get all the stuff out of there that's in there, and then put plants in there that I want in there and stuff that I want to grow.
Herb garden. I used to. When I was still married and, had a house with a mortgage, I had my own herb garden and everything. Now I'm in a rent house, so I just grow a little bit in the flower bed in the front, but I don't have anything fantastic. And then I've got my plants in the window,
This year I even grew beans, and that was fun. That was definitely fun. They didn't love me as much as the rest of the plants do, though. I got one serving of beans, and that's it.
Beans can be very fickle as far as what they need nutrient-wise in the soil.
Oh, it was very fun. It was very fun.
Oh, yeah.
I love it. Grow food. My dad has a huge garden, and they grow all their own produce.
Brittany, do you know about what they call the three sisters?
No.
It's corn, beans, and squash. Mm-hmm. And you grow them all together. You plant them in the same area together. And so the corn grows tall, and the beans vine up the corn. Mm-hmm. And the squash grows down on the ground and keeps any weeds from coming up.
Oh, I love that. See, I planted bush beans.
This is
bush beans. Because I didn't have anything to keep the trellises up, so I was like, bush beans is kind of my option here.
I've had a pot, my pot garden, but it wasn't pot, y'all. It was pots.
It was physical pots.
It was physical pots. But I've had I used, oh my God. Were those wooden things? Pallets. I used pallets from we're at Lowe's. I went to pick some up. And I made shelves for my pots. And I had my pot garden with all my herbs and all my, and I loved doing it that way. That was really easy to maintain.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that one. That's smart.
Yeah, this was a growing style that was used by the Native Americans, by the indigenous folks here. That was how they would plant their plants, and they called them the Three Sisters. They would always plant corn, beans, and squash together. And each of the plants actually provides nutrients into the soil that the other plants need. So it's a symbiotic relationship, not just in the way that they're growing, but in what they are putting into the soil and taking out of the soil. These plants take care of each other.
It's perfect. It's a relationship that they form with each other.
Yeah, and then one of the other things that is really, really important in a lot of areas, and I would suggest just doing this for soil health, is make sure you got really good healthy soil. Plant some different mushrooms and stuff, like spores. Spread some mushroom spores out. Make sure that they're edible, stuff that's not or non-toxic, because there's some really cool mushrooms that are non-toxic that you could have. You can't eat them, but they're beautiful to see. They're gorgeous. Some of the bioluminescent ones are just absolutely stunning.
I have so many mushrooms that already grow in my yard. I do not want any more mushrooms.
Well, then that means you've got a really, really healthy soil, because you have a full mycelium network that's underneath that, and that the plants actually connect into that mycelium network underground. Mycelium.
Scientific.
It's scientific.
The mycelium network underground, Brittany.
Well, it is what it is. I mean, it is what it is, Tiffany.
Your nerdness is great.
The largest living organism in the world is actually a mycelium field in northern Oregon. It's called the honey something.
It's a field of shrooms.
It's an underground organism. It's the mycelium's under the ground. It's in the ground.
Dude, it's not like mother, is it? I freaked out when I realized what mother is in apple cider vinegar. Ugh! Do y'all know what that is?
Mm-mm.
It's that fungi. I had a friend that grew it, and it sucked onto this jar, and it was this blob of slimy gel. It's called mother.
Yeah,
and they put that in your apple cider vinegar. It's your probiotic.
I only use apple cider vinegar with the mother in it, really.
I've seen that mother. She was sucked onto this jar, and she was
yeah. When you get it, the mother's in there. You see it. Yeah.
Flecks of it. Oh. Oh. Not okay. Not okay.
Very okay.
Grows in a dark cabinet in a jar, and hey Tiffany, look at mother, and I was like, ah.
You just literally talked about using psilocybin. How do you think they grow psilocybin? It grows in the dark.
Why don't mice grow in the dark? It's just this thing looks like an alien, ready to suck my face off or something.
And yes, mycelium is a form of fungus. It's actually a fungal network that grows underground. It's very healthy. It's very.
I'm gonna look this up.
Plants connect into the mycelium network and use it basically as a form of internet, basically, where they talk to each other through this mycelium network.
Isn't that fascinating?
Yeah, Brandon said something earlier that I really liked. And he said society can learn a lot from plants, love one another. And that's so true. And that's exactly, pretty much the theme that we've been talking about all night here. Mm-hmm. Is that, when we care for each other, no matter what the place is, no matter what the background, no matter what the belief is, when we care for each other and realize that we each, are very special and very magical beings, regardless of what dimension that you're in, regardless of what path that you're on or where you're at or where you're going through. When we're kind and we realize that we're all connected through this divine energy, there's nothing but to be nice to each other. It's very simple.
Well, it's true that we are connected. Like in one of my K-holes, man, I was holding my dad's hand and I was seeing through my third eye. So it was trippy dippy. And I remember looking at my dad through my third eye and I muttered out, "Dad, we're all connected. I'm you and you're me."
All right, let me jump over onto something that, ties into mycelium thing and what we're talking about being all connected and stuff. It's that how as above is so below.
As within, so without.
Yes. And the mycelium network kind of connects all the plants and stuff together in this interconnected, kind of web. And we're connected that same way energetically with everyone on this planet. Like, even though we don't really see that because it's on like kind of a spiritual energetic connection level. So we're not seeing, necessarily like a cord going from, me to Tiffany and then to Brittany and then, some people can see them. Yes. And but those are people that can see. Basically, it's like, someone that digs up the dirt and gets underneath the dirt, and then they can see the mycelium that connects everything. And going back to what Brandon said about how the plants love one another and stuff, like the way trees will connect and talk with each other, like if one tree gets an infection that moves into the area, or there's like an invasive species of bug or something that's coming in that's damaging the trees, those trees will actually send a message out through the roots and through the network to other trees and say, "Hey, this is going on. You need to start producing things." They'll produce different oils, and they'll produce what's called neem.
Yes. Neem oil.
The trees will produce neem oil, which will kill and deter different bugs and pests from, launching onto them. Or if there's like, say, something that's coming through that's just really wiping out a specific line of trees.
We have oak wilt. It kills a lot of our oak. It's sad. My parents have a huge oak tree that they've done the treating of the roots. So they dug ditches around the roots of this huge oak tree that's no telling how old, to save it, because when the roots were touching other plants that had the oak wilt, they were transmitting it through the root systems.
Yeah. I want to touch on something that Helen just brought up here too. She asked if people had heard of plant music. And yes, I have. I actually have a friend. His name is Brian Shorn. I recorded an episode with Brian a little while back. I have not posted it up yet. But when I posted up, Brian just recently done a study this past year. He done an internship or a stay. He's an artist, and he went and he done some stuff at a place out in Nevada, I want to say, or in Arizona, maybe. I can't remember. I'd have to reach out to him and find out for sure.
TikTok, it's really interesting.
And he actually done a whole concert where him and another guy used synthesizers and stuff and connected to plants and was playing the plant music and using the synthesizers to, basically make a concert out of this music being played by plants. He actually used a Christmas cactus, was the one that Brian used.
Oh, I love it.
I have never heard of that before, so now I'm gonna have to fall down a rabbit hole.
They actually have these little boxes that you can buy that you can go out and you hook these little electrodes to a plant and you turn it on.
Music.
And it connects into their frequency and the vibration and converts it into sound.
Oh my God, I love that.
It's others like the studies were they were recording the heartbeats of trees.
Yes.
In the same fashion, they were hooking up electrodes to the trees, and they discovered that the trees do have a heartbeat. They have a circulatory system.
Oh, yeah. Have you ever seen like a picture of a tree that has been hit with a lightning strike? You can literally see the veins in the trees.
All veins.
Yeah.
It's phenomenal. It connects us more with nature, with Gaia, realizing the energy, the connectedness of all things. And like Brandon said, like solfeggio frequencies, binaural beats are amazing as well. I was going to ask, Josh, do you remember which frequency is it that music used to be played at, but
444 is what the music industry tunes music to currently,
which is out of sync. It's not.
It's considered a dead frequency, is what it's considered. There's no. It doesn't have a vibrational resonance, and
the old recording.
This dives into some speculation, but there is belief that the reason Prince died how he done was he was about to release information on the music industry that they know that they're tuning music purposely to a dead frequency, and that a lot of people were wanting to work on trying to get stuff tuned back to what used to be the 432 frequency. 432. And 432 is a vibrational healing frequency. Music was actually part of a healing process in the past.
Well, the Gregorian chants, the solfeggios, that was all 432 hertz.
Yes, 432 hertz. And so it's the solfeggio frequencies. Like they found temples and stuff where they have these resonance chambers that they believe were for healing. They would take people down there, and they would start a certain chant or hum or a certain note that they would hit, and it would echo and vibrate and create a vibrational energy inside this chamber. And the person that was in the middle of this was receiving all of that vibrational music frequency, and it was affecting them.
It was changed after World War II. Some theorize that some of that is Nazi related, that the Nazis actually had developed the 444 hertz as a way to knock people off of their balance, to unground them. And
I can see that.
Then it got switched from 432 to 444, which is like, a dead frequency. It's not resonant with us.
Yeah. Carrie, I'm not 100% sure if they tune their stuff to 432 or not. I would have to dive and look into that.
Interesting.
my Alexa just went off in the other room. Apparently the battery's low.
Always listening.
No, it was the battery is low. I don't have it hooked up to where I can. No, it's just a speaker. It's giving me the warning that the battery's low though. I was sitting here and all of a sudden I hear beep 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 beep, and I'm like, what?
Brandon's right. Follow the control, follow the power, follow the money. It's interesting. I wonder about vinyl. Would vinyl be in 432 hertz, or could it still be 444?
Well, it depends on what it's recorded at and put onto the vinyl. I mean, that's literally what it is being recorded at, and what it is being the frequencies and stuff that it's being recorded at. So, like, I actually have a couple of Native American flutes that were crafted by a Lakota Sioux flute maker that I know here, lives fairly close to me, and makes these beautiful, beautiful flutes. His name's Joseph Whitefeather. And just absolutely gorgeous flutes, and he specifically tunes his flutes to 432 hertz. So every single one of his flutes are tuned to the 432 hertz, and some of his stuff is like he will do like chakra sets of flutes, which are turned into each note actually resonates with a different chakra. Yeah.
During my big Kundalini crazy awakening, when I was learning yoga to teach to my theater students, I had been meditating. I had headphones on, and I was meditating listening to Steve Halpern. Steve Halpern is a musician that has what's called a chakra suite. And it goes through each note, like Josh was just saying, of each chakra. And as it would go through each one, I could feel it, and I could energize it and visualize it. Well, then all of a sudden one day, it just plugged me the hell in. And my whole life changed. I was like, what?
Oh, and on Kundalini Awakenings. Oh, man.
Oh, it was rough. My whole life changed.
If you are not prepared for a Kundalini Awakening,
I was not.
It can be a horrible situation.
I found a good mentor because thank God I was guided to her one day after teaching kids. My empath abilities were off the charts. The kids, I taught middle school, y'all. They're the most hormonal, emotional. They're just emotional. And I had no idea what was going on with me. I thought I needed to have a psych eval. I ended up having one later, but I thought I was losing it. And I drove to a spiritual store, and there's this little lady that was just like, oh, and she knew exactly what was going on with me and saved me in a lot of ways because I literally thought I was losing it. And then I had the ego death afterwards with the dark night of the soul.
And that's always fun.
Oh, yes.
How was your Kundalini awakening experience, Brittany? Was it kind of a gentle one, or was it like thrown into the fire pit?
Well, let's just say I've been in several different mental hospitals because people thought that I was losing my shit. When really I was just waking up and becoming more aware and more sensitive to things that other people didn't see, didn't feel, didn't understand.
Exactly.
So it was a lot of misunderstanding and a lot of being made to feel like I was absolutely insane. But the truth is that, I was just waking up from a very, very long slumber. I had mine pretty young. I was about 18.
Oh, girl.
Yeah. First year of college, it was chaotic. It was definitely chaotic.
I was 30. But mine, I remember as a kid, like I've always been empathic. I just didn't have a name for it. I just always told I was too sensitive. Too sensitive, Tiffany. All my life. And, codependent. Hello, here I am. And, I saw auras. I would tell people their colors. I would talk to fairies and angels. I would talk to spirit. It was normal for me. I didn't realize that other people didn't do that until I was told, hey, Tiffany, don't tell people their colors. Don't tell people that grandma's there. Yeah. And I shut a lot of that down. And then when my Kundalini happened, it was like, hello, it all came back times like 10.
Mine was very much like, and that's actually, I had mine right before I met my sweet Mary. And the position that I was just in was just, I was defeated. I felt defeated. Everyone was telling me that, like, I was crazy. Everyone was telling me that there's no way that, like, I could feel things or that I could see things or that I could hear things that other people did. And I specifically lived in a very, very old dorm room on a very, very old campus that was built with slave labor.
Oh, and girl.
I was just like completely bombarded with just all of these emotions and all of these feelings that I
know where you went to college.
I went to college in Kentucky.
You went to NKU, didn't you?
No, I lived go further south, go a little bit harder. I went to college.
And you're unshielded.
I went to college in Georgetown, Kentucky.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, God.
Unshielded.
Oh, God.
Unprotected.
The specific.
Oh, that whole area was hardcore on slavery, everything.
They were in literally it's an old railway town, so there were several different railroads that would come through there, so they had a lot of slave trading that went on, and I was literally smack dab in the middle of it,
waking up.
See,
I was miserable. And the funny thing is, the only place that I got any peace was right above the train tracks.
Hi, Pam. Hey.
I wonder if the ley line or vortex.
Crap stuff.
I think it had something to do with that, as well as the amount of iron into the old railway tracks.
The iron.
A very strong boundary for me, to where I would literally go and sit above the train tracks underneath a bridge to do my homework because I couldn't get my mind to be quiet for long enough to where I could actually do my work at all. And I was on the basement floor of my dorm. So I was literally in the quarters that they would have kept the slaves while they were laboring on the building. And it was just absolutely
too much.
Awful. It was awful.
And I thought middle school kids was bad. You're
It was so bad. It was so bad.
hormone kids.
I got extremely blessed with my Kundalini experience. When mine came around, I was 15 years old. I got the kind of rite of passage from another Lakota Sioux that came into my life. A Lakota Sioux medicine man took me on. I went through a couple of sweat lodges. I ended up going through my very first peyote ceremony at 15 years old. I was inducted into the path of the mystic on their traditions.
That is beautiful.
And
at 15, I was checking out books on Celtic witchcraft.
Yeah, see, I was in the process of searching. You know, I knew what I was raised in did not resonate with me.
Same.
There's parts of it I still connect to and stuff, but it wasn't the truth as I needed to find it.
It's been awesome.
I needed to find the connections with more than just what I was being told. Like, it's literally like going, okay, there's this big, beautiful, massive world out there. Okay, there's this gorgeous world out there. You're only going to get to see this tiny little piece of it.
And as a mystic, you see all of it.
And if you wander out of that tiny little piece of it, this little bubble that we put you in and told you this is what you're supposed to believe because this is what we're telling you you're supposed to believe. If you step outside of that bubble, you're going to die and you're going to go to hell. You're evil. You're a sinner. And like
brimstone.
Judgment being passed, like when like one of the core critical things is don't pass judgment.
I guess, you know, kind of like with y'all, you know, like with me, I was raised Southern Baptist.
Hi, Fall.
And, you know, with Southern Baptist, it's no drinking, no dancing. Here I was a theater teacher and had danced forever. You know, I've always been an artist. I've always been eccentric. And, you know, I would get in trouble like in Sunday school or, you know, and whatever, because I would raise my hand and ask questions.
Tiffany's over there having her own footloose moment.
Well,
I said, you're over there having your own footloose moment.
Yeah, you know, like whenever they were talking about Cain and Abel, and Cain gets kicked out and goes and marries a woman from another tribe. Hello, it's just Adam and Eve and their kids. How is he marrying somebody else? There's something missing.
Good night.
And I got kicked out. My parents got called. I got in trouble.
Good night, Helen. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you, Tiff. And that same college that I was at, literally on the college campus, there was a Baptist seminary. So, like, there was so many different energies and just so many different opinions and walks of life and personalities to where, like, and that's why people were like, I don't know what's going on with you, because one moment I'd be attaching to somebody, and the next moment I'd be attaching to somebody else, and the next moment I'm attaching to somebody else.
Oh, you had no control over it.
The up and down was just absolutely outrageous.
A lot of people, when they have their early Kundalini awakening, they have no control over that.
I had none either. It was horrible.
It is this wild awakening.
I had an issue with the world with clairvoyance. I was seeing the energy overlaying reality, and I thought later I got checked for schizophrenia just to make sure, because I had a hard time tuning it down, and that's where my mentor helped me learn how to turn up my gifts and how to turn down my gifts, because it was like on high. And I was walking around seeing the energy reality over the physical reality, and it was messing me up.
Yeah.
I do that when I work with ayahuasca. Like, literally, I'm seeing realms layered upon realms. Like
layered, like an onion. Like, we're layered.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah.
Brittany just got the real heavy wind coming through.
Yeah. Super heavy. Well, I mean, that's the way it is outside my house. It gets kind of weird out here. It gets a little weird out here sometimes, and like there's no.
You got something going on over there on your left side, by the way. I keep seeing it.
Yeah, it's a pretty calm night, pretty comfortable. here right now. Sometimes
After
it's not
my
so
past life
comfortable.
reading, when you had that one all over you, oh my God.
And like that's another thing. Tiff, you were talking about how when you were 15, like you were checking out books about witchcraft. Well, when I was 15, I was playing with Ouija boards and doing seances and thinking that what I was doing was, fun games, absolutely normal. And ended up creating an even bigger monster for myself when I woke up and I saw everything that I had brought around me.
Oh.
And
I started tarot at 16. My dad got me a tarot deck, and I started studying tarot at 16. Ouija, I played with one when I was really little. My grandparents, Southern Baptist, they had one in the closet.
Yeah, me and a couple of friends played with it like it was
me and my cousin.
A board game, and did it over and over again. And I mean, not just pulling it out, like we did the thing. We lit the candles, we made the offering, we pricked the finger and put the finger on the board. Like we did some really dumb
y'all
stuff.
were like that. What is it, that light as a feather, stiff as a board that we used to do?
Yeah. We decided if we were gonna be stupid, we were gonna be all the way stupid. And that is exactly what I did. Is I went all the way stupid. And waking up and seeing all that is just a really, really intense thing to realize, and definitely makes you change and recreate the path that you were on. And like you were saved in your awakening, I was saved in my awakening. Mm-hmm. And it seems like there's always a mentor when somebody awakes. The spirit always puts somebody in front of you.
A guide, a teacher.
That you're meant to talk to, because right away she was like, I see a power within you, and I see what you're able to connect to, and I see that you walk a very fine line in life and death. And meanwhile, I'm over here 18 years old at a pawn shop like, lady, I just wanted to pawn this jewelry that my ex-boyfriend gave me. She's like, no,
she's like,
honey.
no, honey, come here. We need to talk.
You didn't come in here to pawn that. You came in here to talk to me. Now let's sit down.
That's the way my Sherry was. My Sherry was just like that, and she took me under her wing.
Yeah, real quick, I want to address this. Andre, this is our roundtable discussion. This is my Breaking Reality show, and if I get to know you, I might invite you to come on and be a guest here on with us live, but I have got to get to know someone before we put them on a live with us, because these are our businesses for all three of us, and this can actually risk us losing our businesses and our outlets if we put someone on here that we don't know and they come on and they start saying things that could put us at jeopardy. So you're more than welcome to join in with the chat. We interact with the chat.
I'm curious about what comments he has. Andre, what perspective?
I mean, pop in some of your comments and stuff into the chat by all means. But until I know someone a little better, I can't safely put them on the air with us.
This one.
Yeah.
I
was just reading that too.
I was playing with not good stuff, stopped when it got dangerous. Josh could tell you, haven't touched magic since. Don't be afraid of magic. Magic is something inherent in all of us.
You just got to know. You just got to know what to work with and what not to work with and stuff. Like Ouija boards or something, I won't touch. Like I have never messed with a Ouija board.
I will never touch them again.
I just there's certain things. There's certain things out there, and here's the thing. Like from what I know of Brittany, and I'd say Brittany, probably what Brittany knows of me and Tiffany knows of me. Me and Brittany are definitely two that are not scared to step into the dark realms and start to deal with some stuff. Like we'll deal with some of that dark stuff if we have to, and we'll
it in my own way, man.
Well, you do, but me and Brittany also deal with things on.
I call y'all for the heavy hitting stuff. I'm like, hey y'all, I need some help.
We step into some little darker areas at times that we're not necessarily afraid to step into because we understand what we're working with.
It's not that I'm afraid. It's that
it's just
I'm
our path.
Integrating shadow stuff, I'm
still
working on accepting aspects of my own self.
Well, and I'm seeing you start to work with even more of that. Like I'm
I'm not
seeing you
gonna
integrate. I said I'm seeing you start to integrate some of more and more of those aspects, but like, and I'm not. Don't take this as I'm trying to say anything bad about you, Tiff. Huh?
Picking on my weekend self.
No, I'm not. Stop putting it like that. I'm not. Okay, jeez.
Why is everybody picking on me? Oh, what does he say?
It is not a picking on you at all. It's one of those things that some of us are more willing to step into working in some of the darker aspects and dealing with some of the things that some other people may not feel as comfortable working with. Mm-hmm. And as far as I will step into a lot of that stuff, and I will step into straight dealing with spirits and stuff all the time. I work as a death walker quite a bit, working with spirits. I won't mess with a Ouija board. I won't touch a Ouija board. That is not a tool that I have any desire to mess with. And the people that do mess with them, that don't know what they're working with, are opening up dangerous doors.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a big ocean of spirit out there. And whenever you're tapping in, reaching out with an item like a Ouija that has so much negativity and so much stigma attached with it, that has an energy with the device itself. So you're using a tool that has negative energy already with it.
Absolutely. I definitely like what Pam just said right here, is you just do things a little bit differently, Tiff. And, you know, back to also what Karen was saying, is this what you all are doing, healers, guides, or coaches? So all of it. Yeah. Different backgrounds, different paths, different, you know, and that's the thing about, you know, spirituality and ascending, if that's what you're going to do, or just simply, you know, being here of service to help other earth beings, whether it be plants, people, you know, spirits, whatever it is. Each and every one of us has our own specific strengths, to where, you know, I might be able to touch some things because I've done some really stupid dark things in the past, like my experience that I had with playing with a Ouija board, putting my own blood on a Ouija board, you know, doing those dumb things when I was 15. I'm more amped to deal with what can, you know, possibly come out of that kind of circumstance. I'm more amped to deal with things that might bump a little harder than the night than what Tiffany would be, because Tiffany's experience is in Reiki. Tiffany's experience is a light worker, to where my experience has been, you know, with death. I
cross over spirits. I do, but it's in a different way. Mm-hmm. Like Josh can straight up banish a bad one, and I'm like, dude, I just have to put a ward up and kick them out.
I'll straight up growl them down. Like, I'll growl at a spirit until it leaves, and they'll leave because, like, it's a warning for me.
Andre, do not. Okay, anything that promises power is a big no-no, honey. Okay, I'm going to tell you, I had a near-death experience. I had a full out-of-body. It sounds very similar to kind of what you're talking about. But in my out-of-body, I was in a very loving spiritual realm. And to me, it was Holy Spirit is the only way I can explain it. It was a female energy coming out of brilliant golden light. My angels were with me. I was told to go back to my roots and not to try to, you know, come home early, that I had too much left to do. And my experience was very much that positive aspect. I'm a little concerned that with some of yours, if you experience lower level entities, to me, that's telling me that there's some work that you need to do as far as, you know, clearing some of your own shadow, and as far as learning protections. I don't know. What do y'all think?
For me, what I've experienced, because I've had some pretty nasty things on my back from being stupid.
I've had a couple.
And what I have really experienced is that things like that feed off of your insecurities, your fear, your lack of respect for yourself, any of the unknown. They feed off of the unknown. If you have a sweltering fear of what is not possibly there yet, and how they do that is they break you down in the areas that you're susceptible.
They're so manipulative.
And very oftenly you have that intimidation tactic. However, when you realize that, you have more energy than whatever that is, because it's not a physical matter.
He needs to declare free will.
Yes, you can easily.
This thing literally has to latch onto you and feed on you in order to have an existence in this realm.
They cannot. They have to attach to our bodies, our energy, to exist, and so you're feeding it.
And any of that kind of situation to where, like, you're having dreams and you're waking up and you're like, oh my God, I'm so scared. I'm really, really scared. The best thing to do is turn it around. And even if you don't believe it at first, like Josh was saying earlier, like Tiff and I both were saying earlier, is that what you say is powerful. So if you say, I am stronger than you, I am powerful, you are not, I make the rules here.
Absolutely.
And you must leave me alone. You do not have no power here. You do not have no power over my vessel, and you do not have no power over my soul, and you must leave, and it will work.
You need to do, just like Brittany said, stand in your power, declare your free will, because we are a free will. We're a free will dimension. So by saying, I am a sovereign being, and you cannot affect me, you must leave, they have to respond to that, because it is decreed that we are free will. We're not just sheep or cattle for them to feed off of, okay? We're stronger. And you've got to stand up to it, stand in your power. I can send you, there's a great declaration of sovereignty that you can do every single night. Steve Nobel on YouTube has one you can listen to. And it's about clearing your energy and standing in your power. Brittany, you're feeling it, aren't you?
Yeah.
I kind of do too. I'm almost thinking Andrew needs some help.
The big key thing in dealing with these kind of things is like Tiffany said, I have the power to like banish them. I can chase them off. Like I don't
them with Reiki.
Like they don't stay in my presence, and the reason why is I don't allow them to.
They don't stay in mine either.
I tell them they are not welcome here, and if you really want to get into this, you're going to see where my power truly comes from.
And you have to be stern. You have to be stern. And the moment that power or wisdom or truth is given to you as an offering is 100% manipulation, because that being knows that you want to know something. Your body's failing, you're ill. It wants to give you something to where it feels like it can take all of you. So the sterner you are and the stronger you are in voice and in body and in mind, the more it knows that it can't even touch you. That
make
it
no deals.
Anything. No, make no deals. Take no words. And absolutely,
call in your angels, dude. Call in your team, man. Your
ancestors. And this is also a matter of calling back your power to you, because you've probably given some of it away to this thing, whatever it is, because it's feeding on you. So it's a matter of calling that back into you and telling you it doesn't have any. It's not welcome to tap into that. It's not welcome to interact with you. And it's really one of those things, like for me, when I start dealing with these things, I let them know, hey, you don't want to mess with me, and I will mess you up. And the reason I can say that to them is I know where my power flows from. My power flows into me and through me from the source.
Me too. And I'll stand to them. I'll kick their ass.
To me, I use the term source. Some people might call it God. Some might use Allah. Some might use other names. There's different. there's other different deities that you can call upon as well for help and assistance if you need to.
Odin and Frigg are good.
But honestly, the really big thing for me is to realize that as a spiritual worker, I am a conduit for Source to work through, and that power is the ultimate power. And that when I open myself up as a conduit to Source to work through, there is nothing that can stand against me, because I am allowing pure divine energy and power to flow into and through me.
He needs to chant. He needs to surround himself in that divine white light, or like, surround himself in Christ consciousness, if you want to call it that, to stand in that extra power. And I would say he's already communicating with it. It's got its foothold. He's got to stand in his power.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's going to keep offering.
I used to have this really nasty being that would stand off in the corners and stare at me for years. And
I had
that
one.
would just growl. Especially when I was trying to sleep. And that would come and visit me in my dreams and tell me that me and my family were all going to be damned. And what I would do is I'd close my eyes and I'd pull myself into that dark corner, and I would imagine a light radiating from right here.
That's what I do.
And completely engulfing me. A bright, bright light. And then I would bring my hands up and I'd take my light and I'd show it my light.
Mm-hmm.
And when I showed it my light and I said, you do not have any power here anymore. You do not have any ability to do anything to me, to my family, or to anyone else here on this earth. It took me a couple weeks of doing that over and over and over again. Every single time I had the feeling that its eyes were on me, or that it was watching me, or that it was listening to me. And I never saw it again.
Did you smell it? I had that clairgustance, so I smell spirit and stuff. And with the demonics, they always smell like burnt sulfur or like rotten eggs.
Yeah, there is a certain smell to it. There's also a smell of like blood, copper pennies. Copper pennies is what I.
And sometimes you can get that metallic taste in your mouth too, like you got blood in your mouth.
Mm-hmm. That's part of the clairgustance as well. It's part of the clairsentience empath ability. For me, I've always been able to pick up when there was like that. I don't like to say demonic. I feel like it gives them power. So I usually say lower level entities.
Mm-hmm.
But I would walk into like places and I could, I'd get hit with that weird smell. And I wouldn't know what it was. And then it would be around a certain person or different things like that. And like every time I'd be around them, I'd get hit with this thing. And it took me a while, to finally figure out, oh shit. Like they've got attachments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
You gotta do something about pushing that out, man.
Yeah.
You gotta push it out. It's not something you can ignore because it'll fester.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm wondering what he's referring to in this one.
It's the ability for certain entities like that to
They gaslight you.
Your reality. They alter your reality. They alter your perception because they put you in a constant state of fear, and that makes your endorphins go kind of crazy, and also it messes with your dopamine, so you're in a heightened sense. So
cortisol.
When anything happens, it feels that much more uncomfortable.
Fight, flight, or freeze.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, very much so.
And it's trying to throw you into a freeze because it knows the longer that it gets to fester, the more it gets to feed off you and the stronger that it will become. However, that whole situation lies within you. You are the only one that can stop that. You are the only one that can say, no, this is enough and no more. You take your shit and you go.
Yeah.
You can get assistance. Like, you can reach out to Brittany, Josh, or myself, and we could help you with some assistance, of course. I've had to do some removals. I know Brittany and Josh have too. We have our different paths and our different ways of doing it, but each are just as effective.
Yep, absolutely.
Main thing is that sovereignty and free will.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Palo Santo. He needs some good old Palo Santo.
Yeah, 100%. That's a great one.
I had an ex-boyfriend. He was like a hillbilly, okay? And he knew I'm witchy. You know, I don't hide my shit. I got crystals and stuff all over my house. You know, my house is like a giant altar. And one night I was like called to like Palo Santo him. So I go and I wake him up and I ask permission. And I start saying a prayer like from Psalms that I don't even know how I know this. And I'm calling in the Holy Spirit and I'm Palo Santoing him. He jumps up, starts yelling that there's spiders in the bed and the spiders are biting him. I turn on the light. There's no spiders. This dude has these hives all over his heart chakra, all over his solar plexus, all over his freaking shoulder blades. Shit was coming out.
Ew. Ugh. Ew, no.
And I use Palo Santo all the time. It wasn't that he was allergic. It was
Right.
that it was pulling those negative attachments off.
Yeah, it was purging it out.
It was purging it out. And then he stopped me, so he still has them.
Man.
But there's power. There's power with that, and there's the power with the belief behind it.
It is that confidence and that strength with what you work with. I mean, like, look, and like, I go back to the Bible for a lot of examples because it's something that a lot of people can relate to because they've had that, and I grew up with that as a background.
Our foundation.
And it's not something that I sway away from either, because there's a lot of really good, solid teachings in there. There's some total, complete, utter bullshit, in my opinion, too. But we can go into that another time when we dive into some stuff along that.
I'd be happy to dive into some biblical stuff.
We can dive into it if you guys want. I don't care. But one of the things that was in there was, you know, when Jesus was talking about casting out demons, he said, you know, be gone, get away from me, get behind me. You don't deserve to be around me, you know, get out of here.
It was free will. He was standing in power.
Well, he was casting a demon out of a person, and when he was doing this with his strength, with his authority, with his power. And he was standing in that. Now, go back to what we said earlier when we was talking about how we all have magic, how we all have power, how Jesus even told his disciples, why'd you guys wake me up? Why didn't you come to storm? You guys can do even greater things than I can do. Why aren't you doing them?
Because we're asleep and we're waking up.
So it's really a matter of, if you learn how to stand in your power, you learn how to stand in that authority, you learn how to stand in that truth, and you remove the ego. That is a huge part of it, is removing that ego and standing in that power in a form of humbleness and humility. Like,
I call in my higher self. I channel my higher self a lot. So I'll channel my higher self aspect and then stand in that power with the wisdom of my higher self. So,
well, to me, I think part of that higher self is the part that has stood in that power, in that humbleness, that has said, hey, look, I understand where this power comes from. I understand the powers that I work with. I understand the gifts that have been given to me. I am not here to use these to feed my ego, to feed my own, self-pleasure and self-desires and stuff. And that's, you'll see a lot of people that end up getting into that, and you watch them just kind of go down these dark holes and these dark spirals and these dark paths. And that's what's happening, is because they're taking this great, beautiful, amazing power that they've been given, and they're perverting it.
Yep.
And they're perverting it for their own like personal agendas, instead of using this gift that has been given to them to help themselves and others. It's really about learning how to stand in that power in a way that first you help yourself, and then you're allowed to let that flow out of you and into others.
Well, it's like when you're in an airplane. They teach you to put your oxygen on first.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Because if you don't, you can't help anyone else.
Well, and the thing about the healer's path or the spiritual path, or like what we're talking about, it's so unique to so many of us. And we all go through different trials and tribulations, and we all learn through those trials and tribulations along the way.
Absolutely. Each and every one of us have a different path. I mean, all three of us here have a different path. So if you're watching and your path doesn't look like mine, or it doesn't look like Tiffany's, and it doesn't look like Josh, and you're like, okay, well, what am I? Well, you're you. You know, it doesn't have to look like mine. It doesn't have to look like Tiffany's. It doesn't have to look like Josh's. You don't have to put a label on it. It doesn't have to be a label. It doesn't have to be branded. You don't have to wake up and say, okay, well, you know, I'm this branch of this branch and this branch, and I practice this and this. And
oh,
this
the label.
It doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah.
And that's not what makes you secure in your path. It's not what makes you who you are. What makes you who you are is what you stand in, what you believe in, what you back, what you're passionate about. Those are the things that make you who you are, and those will be the things that define and lead you onto your path to where you can identify yourself. I mean, it took me a very long time to identify exactly who I was within my path. I didn't just wake up. Yeah. I didn't just wake up one day and be like, okay, well, I'm an ancient Irish Scottish witch who is also a pagan. You know, it has slowly been something that I have found. And, you know, at first I was 100. If you would have talked to me, you know, a year, 2 years, 3 years ago, each and every year I would have been able to say something different. 3 years ago, I would have told you I won't touch anything that's on the darker side. Absolutely not. And then 2 years ago, you know, if you would have asked me, I would have said, yeah, you know, I'll do a little bit. You know, last year, if you would have asked me, I would have said, I'll do a little bit more.
For protection, stuff like that, right?
Yeah. But this year, you know, if you come and talk to me, I've thoroughly dived into my shadow work. I thoroughly know who I am on the darkest side of me. I thoroughly know what hides in the dark crevices of who I am and what I am and what I stand for. So
yeah, I know those too. Yeah, that makes sense.
Am I okay with doing something that might be a little bit darker? Absolutely, I'm okay.
Well, sometimes
with that.
you have to, though. I mean, look at the current circumstance that I've been talking to both of y'all about, you know? I mean, we've got a magical circumstance that's affecting, you know, the life of somebody. Absolutely. You know? And I've done my protections. I've done what I can do. I need help. So I'm like, hey, guys, I need some darker stuff here because my stuff is only going to do so much.
And for me, it's knowing where your boundaries are. Mm-hmm. Like, within who I am, I know that I'm okay in doing something that might be a little bit darker when it comes to the form of judgment. I am not someone who is okay with someone harming children or women. And if it comes to the point of me doing something a little bit darker because a child or a woman is being harmed,
I've tread very close on that one. I know what you're talking about. I've tread very close.
I am with Brittany in that field because the path that I walk, like one of the core tenets for my path is do no harm without just cause. Mm-hmm. Doesn't mean do no harm. There's some people that, you know, oh no, you done screwed up and you're going to learn a lesson and you're going to learn it hard.
Well, and do no harm is guidance. So it's also per person, you know, I mean, it's one of those things like with you, do no harm without, you know, unless there's just cause for it, because karmic retribution can be delivered by us as well.
Absolutely.
We can be the hand of karma.
And for me, the way that I look at that is, you know, I have two options here. Is I can do the option to where I sit back and I let it go. And I let whoever is having something unjust continuously happen to them. And I just sit back and watch it. Or I take the karma of sitting back and allowing someone to continuously be mistreated. I internalize that. I internalize the fact that I watched it and I did nothing.
See, I couldn't do it. I'd have to do something.
And then do something. But when I decide that I'm going to do something, I know that I'm going to have to pay some sort of cost. Yes. Now, what the cost is for me may be different than what the cost is for Tiffany, is because we are two different people. Mm-hmm. So my cost is going to be something different than what Tiffany's cost would be. But am I okay with that? Am I okay with whatever the cost is that I have to pay?
There comes a point sometimes where you have to face that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's how I choose my boundaries, is which one is worse? The karma that's going to come back to me from sitting back and watching this happen and doing nothing, or the possible cost that I'm going to receive from intervening in this situation.
For me, it'd be a guilt thing. Like, I feel guilty for like not helping them when I know that I could have. Like, you know, it's like that.
But some of it's a matter of knowing if that person even wants that help, or if they're going to. I mean, if they're reaching out, but you still got to even use some discernment then, because I've seen some people that reach out and they reach out for nothing but attention. They're not really wanting the help. And so then at that point in time, you've got to be careful in what you deal with. Sometimes you just got to let that person deal with their shit until they come around to the point that they really understand what's going on. Yeah. That removing that before the time is ready might take away a lesson that person needs to know.
Or something bigger can take its place.
And so it's really a matter of using that discernment to know when to activate and move and when not to move. But there are certain times where it's just like, nope, got to do it right now. And that's in those cases like Brittany was talking about, where someone is being harmed, where someone is being
a child, where someone, there are kids involved. I don't give a shit. I've removed demons from houses before because there were kids involved, and I didn't care. You know, it was affecting kids, causing night terrors, causing scratches on them. But I went in with the circle. So I went in with a coven. I wasn't alone.
Right. But yeah, I mean, those kind of matters are matters that they're hard to just let slide. Like, you know, oh no. But like, there's some stuff where, you know, someone's got into dealing with some dark stuff and they've got to learn their lesson in order to realize, don't go messing with that shit, you know?
Well, yeah, because you're dealing with, and that's enabling.
Right.
There have been several times where I've been contacted to help in specific situations to where, like, I've written out exactly what needs to be done. I said, this is what you need to be done. If that doesn't work, let me know. Because that's when I'm okay with interfering. Because I know
you're providing them the tools first. I do that too.
That they have tried everything. Because the cost that it's going to cost me is the cost of a possible attachment. And I have to weigh out. Is this person, did they try? You know, did they try everything? Do they really need my help here? And if it comes to that kind of situation, then yeah, I'm 100% okay with helping. And another way I kind of negotiate that kind of thing as well. Like if it's somebody that's coming to me and they're like, so-and-so is talking about me, so-and-so is reading this, so-and-so is making it really difficult in my relationship, or, you know, that kind of thing. I'm going to look at, you know, what can possibly interfere here? What can be my cost? Because it's very oftenly something that is similar, that is the cost from doing something a little bit darker. Like one of the most common things I have is to stop a tongue from wagging. And that
like gossip.
Yes. But gossip can be, you know, it can be pretty damning. It can ruin people's businesses.
Slander,
ruin people's relationships. talking bad about someone in large groups.
You stood up for me, and that other group, she stood up for me.
Yeah, I don't take very well about people talking bad about people for absolutely no reason.
There was like talking bad about me with being disabled, about my health, and Brittany was not going to stand up for that.
Yeah.
No.
That's a big no-no for me. So what I have to realize is when I intervene and I do something to stop the wagging of a tongue, I know that somebody's going to come back, and my trade-off is going to be that no longer is that person going to wag their tongue about that specific person. They are now going to wag their tongue about me.
Mm-hmm. You take it.
That is my trade-off. And then I have to figure out what I'm going to do with that.
Right. See, that is somewhat of a shamanic standpoint of working with things, because shamans, at times when they work with people with sickness, the shaman will actually pull the illness into their body. And then they work on dealing with that illness because they know they have the skill set to better handle that.
Well, they transmute it.
Once they take that energy on, they know how to work with it to transmute that energy, where trying to transmute that energy inside someone else is not as easy. Like, I've literally had people where I've told them, I said, you need to give that over to me and let me transmute that. I'll give the energy back to you, but I'm going to turn it into love and send it back to you. I'm not going to keep that energy in the same form. It's not going to stay that way. It can't stay that way. It's not healthy.
Yeah, you've done that. He helps relieve burdens.
Yeah, and for me, I typically put it in something that is not going to be here for much longer. It's kind of a trade-off that I have. Sometimes it's inanimate objects. Sometimes it's something a little bit more
alive
than that.
Jesus cast those demons into pigs, right?
Yeah, he cast out that legion into the swine. Yeah.
I mean,
like for me, when I do that, I do take on a burden with that though too. I mean, I do take on different things when I take that on, but when I take those on, I'm willingly doing that. I'm doing that as part of my work, knowing the price that I pay, because that's just part of the deal. I mean,
Absolutely.
it's just something that to step into this line, we've got to agree with. It's like a firefighter knowing that, if you agree to be a firefighter, good chance you're going to get burnt by fire at some point in time.
Yep.
It's one of those things. It's not something that you're wanting to happen, but it's probably going to happen because you have agreed to step into that line of work. Even if it's not like a severe, like horrible, like life-threatening burn, chances are you're going to have some kind of burn.
I've had attachments get stuck to me during some Reiki sessions with some people that had some pretty bad ones. And I had to go to my Reiki master, a former student. I go to her for sessions. And I didn't tell her anything. And she immediately was like, holy shit. Yeah. She was like, what did you do? And I was like, I need it gone.
I had to help someone.
Yeah. I hope someone is stuck to me. My shoulder blade burns.
Yeah.
See, but in the early times, in my early path with this and dealing with these things, I didn't quite know how to transmute. So I was taking shit on, and that negativity was holding on to me, and it was dragging me down, and it was pulling me down. And I had to learn how to work with it. I knew how to draw it out of people, but I wasn't dealing with it in the manners that it needed to be dealt with. I was taking it from them and pulling it into me, but then I had to take it and carry that burden.
Yeah, you gotta ditch it. You have
to. I wonder with us, like being empaths, we're all empaths. We're all healers with that. We all have different health stuff. And, like, I know some of it is like genetics, epigenetics, family line, clearing shit, all that jazz. But then I also wonder how much of it is just because we are so sensitive that we're just battle worn, like we've been transmuting, picking up shit, clearing shit our whole lives without even freaking knowing it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's damage to the vessel.
Damage to the vessel that we're working on healing right now. And that's where we join together to help each other.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I worked with a healer out in California for a while. And one of the things he told me, he says, you're like a giant energy battery. He says, you store massive, massive, massive amounts of energy. And he had told me he's worked with a lot of people and he hasn't seen many that could store the amount of energy within their being that I would carry.
You're a light bearer.
And what he told me is that what I naturally do, it's not that I'm like working as like a psychic vampire where I'm praying, but I kind of work as a sponge when people are throwing off this negative energy or any energy, positive, negative, whatever.
Dude,
I
I'm
will
a
grab that.
sponge.
I'll grab that and pull it up.
Places too. We clear places, man. Like
places are a huge thing because like,
places.
well, I mean, like Brittany was talking about, you know, the place down in Kentucky built with slave labor. Well, the area that both her and I live in right now, like the areas that we live in, we're probably about 50, 60 miles away from each other, if that. Yeah. But this whole area was a massive, massive, massive part of the Underground Railroad. There was a lot of bloodshed through this area as bounty hunters were coming in looking for runaway slaves that had crossed the Ohio River into the north. And people were literally hiding slaves away in tunnels and basements and secret passageways. Like where I live, there's a couple of places here within literally 3 to 4 miles of me that have tunnels that connect from one house to another house because these were tunnels that were built there. That was built during the Underground Railroad. And what it would be is if a bounty hunter came to this house looking and the slaves was there, they'd send them to the tunnel to the other house. And then when they left that house to go search the other one, they would come back to the one they've already searched.
There's so much of that in the area, especially I'm literally right on the Ohio River, which was literally the crossing point during that time. So you have so many homes and so much land and so many areas that
the Akashic memory.
Yes, it holds a very heavy weight. And then when you add on top of it a spiritual connection to the Shawnee and the area that I'm in and the burial grounds, it's hard.
The mounds, man. Those mounds.
It's hard not to see. It's very hard not to see. And even people who are like, oh, absolutely no way. That kind of life is not for me. They even have dreams. You know, they even can see. So it tells you, you know, the magic is in all of us, whether you want to admit it or not. It's within you. It's within the person sitting next to you. It's within the person that you've never met or never seen in your entire life.
We all feel vibes. We all do. Even the most closed off people will feel a vibe. If something's off, like my mom will be like, "Dude, I don't like the feeling of this place," and I'm like, you know, because she's picking up on it.
There's a really weird vibe and energy to that area around the Ohio River. First off, it's a massive, massive river. So that water, that energy that is contained within that water
gotta be a ley line
is there. So powerful. But one of the old songs that they would sing on the Underground Railroad as a signal song is Wayward Stranger. And one of the lines in Wayward Stranger is, I'm going home to see my mother. I'm going home to see my father. I'm going over River Jordan. I'm going home.
That was the Ohio.
Which was the Ohio River. That what they was talking about was they was crossing the Ohio River. Now, see, the River Jordan.
Comparing it like the River Jordan. Yeah.
They're comparing it to the River Jordan where the children of the Israelite left the desert and went into the promised land. They're leaving the South where they were slaves, where they were entrapped, going across the River Jordan.
Just like the Israelites.
Right. Going across the Ohio River to cross up into the northern parts to where they considered that the promised land. That's where they knew they could seek their freedom.
Yeah.
And so there's this really weird energy because literally one side of the river is bathed in blood and, you know, all this turmoil and all this death and all this tragedy that was sit there. And the opposite side of that bank is the promised land that these people looked to. It was the land that they looked to for their hope, for their salvation. They were looking for that. And so that energy resides in this area.
And like
Mother Earth has a memory.
What was spoken earlier about the water, that's where I get my water. And
Powerful.
And it works because of the path that I specifically walk. It just finds you where you belong, finds you, whether you want to see it right away or whether you don't want to see it right away, is eventually it'll just keep knocking and just keep knocking.
I kept denying that shit for years, and like I told y'all, my Kundalini awakening in 30, it was like, okay, nope. You're waking up and we're taking those blinders off and we're pushing you, because I've been dragging my feet, tiptoeing. You know, I always studied religion. I always studied culture. My bachelor's is in humanities, for God's sake. You know, I taught theater. I've always been in the arts. I've always been interested. I would read up on ancient Celt mythology and like go through, you know, but I was still tiptoeing. Like I wasn't, you know, I had crystals and I meditated and I did yoga, but I was still tiptoeing. And that's where finally Spirit was like, okay, no, it's full force. We're pushing you into the deep end.
It's crazy how it happens. It finds its way to you. And you really, at that point in time, once it really finds its way to you, you have no choice.
Yeah.
There is no choice.
There really isn't.
Yeah, no choice. I was awake and I had to figure out what to do with it.
Hi, Rory.
Hi, Rory. Rory is amazing. He's also, he's a great reader and he's also a magical practitioner as well.
He's excellent.
Very well. Rory,
Britt.
Yeah, Rory's reached out to me.
Rory's amazing. Sad more not online. They can learn. Oh, I know, right? There's really not that many watching.
Yeah, but you got to understand, there's a lot of people who watch the replays of this and stuff, and so like this is going out to several different areas. It's going to 2 different YouTube channels. It's going out to several different groups and several different pages. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of people that will catch this later and watch this later.
See it when they need to.
Yeah, but also in the future, I'm going to actually start promoting these Tuesday nights. Yeah, that's what I'm going to start doing. I'm going to start doing ads and boosting these. And so this is something that I want to get going on a regular basis, and I'm wanting to you know, get a few more people, maybe add it to the panel. Not a whole lot more, but maybe just a couple more of us. But yeah, this group of 3 of us is great. It's kind of funny though, because I was sitting there earlier.
The middle, y'all.
Well, no, look, I've got a blue tapestry, water. You've got a red one, fire. Cool. Yours is kind of this teal kind of, you know, to me, it's got more of an air feel.
It is.
Mine's fire.
So we got 3 of the elements represented right now.
Dude, and I've been like working on fire this whole time with herbs.
We need 2 more. We need someone for earth and someone for spirit.
I've got gold here. Here's the
beautiful.
There's spirit. Here, we'll just pull these in to connect to earth.
Well, I got a full circle and I'm connected to all the elements represented, so.
Brittany knows where these came from.
Yes. Thanks for the plug.
Oh my God, Brittany. When I got your box, it was like Christmas.
If you guys want to get some cool crystals, some great cards, and some stuff at amazing prices, check out Brittany's site. Here, I will post the link again. Go check out Brittany's group. Message her, talk to her, get on there. She's got great stuff.
And right now she's doing special to past life readings, and she did mine, and I am still mind blown.
Yeah,
it's badass.
Thank you so much.
She filled in so many answers for me that I it's like I kind of knew, but I you know, wasn't sure, and I'm pretty damn humble, so you know, it's kind of hard to, you know, wrap your head around some stuff. And Brittany just straight up put it to me in truth, and I couldn't deny it. You know, she gave me a lot of answers to things that I've already known in confirmation in such a beautiful way that it was able to put pieces of my different lives together and make sense of the cycles and the patterns that I'm breaking, that I've been learning from this whole time.
Thank you so much. And thank you too, Rory. I really appreciate it.
Rory
Rory
is
is
awesome.
one of my favorite people to look for custom stuff for, because I don't get to do a whole lot of stuff with Egyptian. And when I get to look through stuff for him, it's really fun.
Nice.
I have a good time doing that.
Rory connects with Egypt then.
Yeah, yes.
Beautiful.
So
It's super fun.
one of the other things, and I got this from Brittany as well.
I got mine too.
But one of the other things that we were talking about earlier, we have to take that stuff and put it somewhere. And sometimes we put it into things that we know is not going to be here very long. Sometimes we put it into things that we know are going to be here forever.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll actually channel. Quartz is one of my favorite things to channel stuff into, lock things away into a quartz, put that thing in a jar, and go bury that bitch.
See, I love crystals too much to do that.
When I do stuff with crystals like that, I would not bury this piece, because this piece is way too beautiful.
I will bury a selenite. I'll wrap a selenite in ribbon and do something like that to neutralize something. And I'll bury a selenite. But that's
usually when I do something like that with quartz, I do it with smaller pieces of quartz.
I truly believe that my crystals are babies, so I could never do that.
I have some black tourmaline and some selenite buried in jars in the corners of my yard with black salt and herbs.
See, that's for protection.
That's for protection.
I'm put anything bad into.
No. Mine is protection.
I just love them too much, and not that there's anything wrong with that.
Right.
Though. Let me just put in that plug. There's nothing wrong with that. I just love my crystal babies so freaking much.
I guess I'm like you. Mine's all.
See, my problem is if I am going to put something into a crystal like that, I literally have to go get a new crystal that I haven't connected with, just put it in there, and that crystal's gone before I get the chance. Because if it's like something that I've got that connection with, I'm like, I can't do that to that.
You're like, you're my baby.
Yes, my baby.
I mean, I have that same kind of feeling. It's like some of the stuff. It's like, okay, no, okay, I need to go get another piece of quartz. I'll be back.
Mm-hmm.
My dragon's tooth. I would never.
So pretty.
My dragon's tooth. This is like my baby. Like
this is absolutely just one of my favorite raw pieces that I have.
Thank you so much, Rory. I really appreciate it.
This shungite. I need to get some more shungite from Brittany. This stuff is badass.
It's so nice.
You need to get some of this from Brittany.
What's that there?
It's indigo gabbro. It's a raw piece of indigo gabbro.
Indigo gabbro.
Wow.
Yeah, this is a piece of raw indigo gabbro.
Oh wait, no, did I? I don't. Maybe I didn't.
I feel like at one time, Tiffany, you guys.
Hold on a second. I'll do this so you guys.
What's this dude?
That is Rainbow Moonstone.
This is gonna wipe me out, but you guys will be able to actually see the colors in this better when I turn the lights on.
Oh, that's pretty.
That is gorgeous.
And this dude, Britt.
That is pink tourmaline and quartz.
These two have been with me ever since I opened that box.
They are absolutely excellent stones for you, Tiffany.
And they're cleansed and charged. I could feel it as soon as I opened it. I was like, wow, she blessed these.
Absolutely. I try to shed some love on every single crystal that I come into contact with.
You can feel them.
And that's why, it's so hard for me to do anything bad to any kind of crystal. See, I'm the kind of person that, what I'm going to put my bad energy into is going to be, something that I don't like. Like a worm. I'll put it in a worm.
Poor worm!
I've put it in fish before, which is really interesting because I wasn't going to say anything earlier when you were talking, but the amount of fish that have came out of the Ohio River that I have put stuff in and then buried in my yard, and which makes total sense. Which
is probably
the earth.
Which literally is one of the reasons why she has mushrooms growing and her soil is so fresh and lively.
And I didn't even realize it, but I was starting to think that I needed to put them in fish. So I was putting it in fish and
trust your guidance
in my yard. And the goddess that I follow, She is the river goddess. So what better way than to, recycle the energy that, is bad, has went bad, than to a fish that comes out of the river from the waters in which my goddess watches over. It just makes sense.
And another thing, though, too, I don't know if you've ever looked into this with crystals, Brittany. When you put something like, say, into a piece of quartz and you bury it not in a jar and you bury it just into the ground,
mm-hmm.
there's a time frame that can actually cleanse that crystal once it's there.
Completely cleanse.
And you can go back and recover that crystal and bring it back out. It's used for
mm-hmm.
a time frame. There are times, though, where there's things that for me, I need to trap them in a crystal because they have to be locked in that crystalline structure. Mm-hmm. It actually works as a binding to hold them so that energy is not released.
Absolutely. And 100% understand that completely. And like we were saying earlier, everyone's path is completely different, and nothing makes one thing totally right or totally wrong. It's all individual on the person. And since I come into contact with a whole lot of crystals, I sell crystals, I work one-on-one with crystals, a big part of my path is honoring that aspect. Mm-hmm. So for me, the energy, if I were to put energy into the one thing that's coming around full circle for me, would be an awful idea. However, for you, it's a perfectly good reason because crystals will trap energy like no other.
Right.
And it can help cleanse, absolutely. Mm-hmm. And it will, especially quartz, especially if it is a tower. A tower mm-hmm. is a perfect item to trap something in. That's going to create a nice boundary,
right?
As well as
the clearer and the less inclusions in it, the better.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, it makes it a nice protective barrier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not something that I do a lot or I do often, but when required, that is something that I will do.
Yeah, and it's a powerful hold too.
Yeah, it's literally things that I wouldn't want to pull into myself to transmute.
Yeah.
It's stuff that's too risky to pull for that level of transmutation, that trapping it into that instead of, pulling it into something else.
Yeah.
Hi, welcome back. How you doing?
I got the dog and I was like, dude, that coffee. Something I use a lot, like with Reiki, is violet flame. And it's, I use that to transmute, like in alchemy, the violet flame is a transmuting flame. Mm-hmm. And I'll work a lot with the archangels with that. And I'll call in like Archangel Metatron and stuff like that and kind of seek that assistance. And that's kind of how I deal with some of that at the energetic level.
And there are other ways to lock things away into stuff. You can do things. You can lock things away into like a piece of wood and seal it with sigils, stuff like that. There's ways to lock. There's some ways to lock some things away. Well, some of the stuff is like me and Brittany was specifically talking about some of those things that are a little more powerful, a little more potent, or a little more dangerous for us to pull and do that transmute.
That would be archangels. I would have to.
And so
or deities, my deities.
And so instead of pulling those into us to transmute, we'll pull those into something else and trap them.
See, okay. That's where I'll ask, and clairvoyantly, like I'm seeing it astrally. So I'm seeing the energy as it's happening. And, I'll see like the color rays and like, the entity or attachment or whatever it is. I will see it get pulled off. And I will send Reiki to heal where it had been, and then the angels take it. I mean, they do something with it. I don't know what they do, but they take it and they transmute it.
You trap yours in white light.
That's it. I trap it in white light or violet flame.
That totally makes sense. I put mine in jars. So, dear Lord, if you ever find a jar Very
Don't
do not
open.
open Britney's
Don't
jars.
open it. Don't open my jars.
And if you find a fish laying around Brittany's house,
Don't eat it.
don't eat it.
Don't eat the fish. It's not good.
It's so interesting, like hearing each of us in our different ways that we've learned and grown, and because we're dealing with the same things, y'all. There's no joking about it. Like we're dealing, like some of this is demonic crap, but we're handling it in ways that works for us and our abilities.
Absolutely. Right. And Rory says down here, it's all about intention. And that's the true thing, is that as long as your intentions are, correct, as long as you have your side of the street clean, as long as you're trying to meet things on eye level and with a positive heart and a positive mindset, there's so many things that you are capable of doing. So many things.
In knowing that it's like, so mote it be. It's like, by the time you say that intention is set, so mote it be, it is done. There is no question if it's going to work or not, because your intention is, it's working. Like, you know it.
Yep.
And you have to hold that intention. And if you waver in it, that can cause some weakness in it.
Absolutely.
Yep. It goes back to that standing in your power, standing in that authority, and standing in that confidence. When you start working with these things, if you are not in that place, you need to find a practitioner who is and work with that practitioner and let them come in and deal with it. Because if you're not in that point where you can stand in those things, you're going to possibly pull something into yourself that's going to be bad on you. Like,
and bad on your loved ones.
Right. There's some stuff that I know that's going on with, or was going on with a friend of mine, and it was stuff that I wasn't fully prepared to handle. Now, if I've got to reach out to him and see where he's at on things, if he feels up to that, I think I have a team of people that could help me deal with this situation with him now, because it's not something I could handle one-on-one.
That's where I'll call in a team. Like I've reached out to both of y'all, like I know what I can do and I know what I can't, and I know when I need help. And it's that being real enough with yourself, because there's some practitioners out there who are like, oh, I'll do it all by myself, but bam, it's done.
Yeah.
And you're like, huh?
And I think there's definitely something to say about that too, Tiffany, is that, if you feel like you can't say that you need help, if you feel like you're going to be a burden on your circle because you need assistance, find a different circle.
Yeah. Those at your balcony people.
Yeah.
Find a different circle.
Yeah.
Because if your circle is not there to support you, if you feel like you can't reach out and say, I'm hurting, then there's something wrong with that. And they're not for you, but there is someone for you. And there is a team out there for you. All you have to do is reach out and try to find your special place with your special people, because there's a tribe for everyone. Even if you all look a little bit different, even if you all have a little bit of a different path, there is a tribe out there for everyone. And you may find that, there's going to be so many different people in this tribe. Like, you could have somebody who's Buddhist. You could have somebody who's Christian. You could have somebody who is 100% left-hand path, and if you don't know what that is, that's, way dark magic. That's your necromancy. And all of these people could be like, I'm your team. I got your back.
Absolutely.
And you just have to look for them.
Right. And when you find them, you'll know them, because it just clicks. It's like literally this group that you see in front of you right now, we've all clicked with each other. Just honestly, within the last few months, we've really been coming together. Like, I just connected with Tiffany. Literally, the first message I sent to you was on New Year's Eve of last year.
Yeah. And I kept putting him off because of my health stuff. Now, Brittany, I've known Brittany for a few years now. I mean, gosh, 4 years, something like that.
Yeah, but I was in the position of what I was just literally talking about.
Yep.
I felt like I could not speak. I felt like I didn't want to be a trouble for anybody else. I felt, you know what? I've been in this practice for quite a while. I can handle my own burdens, but I can't. Nobody can. Nobody should have that kind of weight on them.
No,
at all.
We're here to help.
No. Yeah, it's a matter of being able to reach out to that team and get that support. Real quick, I want to touch on Nikki. We're not doing readings tonight. This is just an open discussion live roundtable tonight, Nikki. And yes, Karen, how do you suggest you find these people that are in my area, not only online? And so, Tiff, what kind of witch are you?
Metaphysical stores.
Yes.
Okay. Dude, metaphysical stores. That's where I found my first mentor in San Antonio. And I had never been to this place. And one day after crazy teaching, I was just done, tapped out. I thought I was losing it. And I start driving and I just pull up this parking lot to this place called Unlimited Thought. And I was like, well, I'm supposed to go in here, I guess. And I walk in and it's a metaphysical store. And that became like my second home for years. And so find you a good metaphysical store. If you don't have one in your area, like I don't have one where I'm at. There's like a little market though that sets up, and there's some witches that sell their herbs and stuff there. And I've made some connections through some of them.
The other thing is look for events in your area. Look for like pagan events, look for different kinds of gatherings. Like in here, they do like a lot of solstice and equinox gatherings in this area at some of the different sites and areas around here. And that's where I've connected to some of the people that are in my tribe that I've found, my soul group of people that I have found people that's in that group of mine that were at some of these locations.
I don't have anyone local.
I'm with you, Tiff. I have tried, numerous local after local after local, and
they tried to recruit me for some heavens and stuff, and I'm just like
the stuff that I found there actually though ended up not being local because people from all over will come to that, so most of those people are like Chicago.
Are you talking about the Witches Ball?
No, I'm talking there's a group that does a bunch of stuff at Serpent Mound. They do equinox and fall. I've wanted to hit up the Witches Ball. I just haven't gotten a chance to.
That sounds fun, man.
Okay. So we got to do it next year because we can't do it this year.
Yeah.
But the Witches Ball, it's like a big, like Midwestern thing, all over the Midwest. It is the weekend of Halloween, and it's themed every year. And it is literally a ball and a dinner, and it's usually a masquerade. This year's 1920s.
Sweet.
Last year it was like the Gilded Age.
I have not got to go. Like I have not got to go yet. Like I have wanted to, but it's either been health issues or just one reason or another, I have not been able to get to it yet. Like
I'm a Ren Fair girl, so I'll do card readings at Ren Fairs and face painting.
Oh, you would absolutely love this.
Well,
I've not been able to go to one yet, but I've had people that I've know that have went, and they say 100% worth it. There's vendors. I mean, it's basically like a Ren Fair.
Yeah.
But for witches.
It sounds, for witches. Well, Ren Fair, there's so many spiritual people at Ren Fairs. I mean, it's like.
And Karen, that's another way to connect people. Look for psychic fairs. Look for events like that and go
Renaissance
to there.
festivals, markets.
If you do readings, if you set up at festivals and stuff, set up a little street fair in your town and offer to do readings and stuff, you're going to connect to people that way.
And Karen, I am an eclectic Wiccan. I like to consider myself Gnostic Wiccan because I do sometimes work within the pantheon of like Christianity because that's my foundation. But then I work with my deities from my heritage as well. So that's Celtic and Norse and angelics. So that's where I am eclectic, but I do follow a lot with the Wiccan path. And for me, that's helped me along the way to not feel so alone and to learn and understand and study more about the craft. So, like, some
Right.
great books are like, Scott, Cunningham, or Buckland, Raymond Buckland, and there's some great books out there on Wicca, and that's a great place to start.
Yeah,
that.
I mean, and Karen, just like reach out to wherever it is that you're that you can find around you. Like, seriously, just and if you do readings, seriously, find a little area where you can set up and start doing readings in your area and try to, those people will start to gravitate towards you and pull towards you.
But there's
Josh, what did you call me earlier? You called me a kitchen witch.
A kitchen.
Oh, you're a kitchen witch, a hedge witch.
That would be true as well, because I use like kitchen utensils, like a skillet.
She's very much like a kitchen hedge witch. Very
and
much.
I work with spirits, so that would be hedge. So that would be another term. Brittany, what do you consider yourself?
I strictly consider myself a Irish pagan witch.
Old
I'm
Irish.
I'm ancient Irish pagan witch. I'm not Wiccan. I am pagan though. Which basically that means that I worship multiple deities.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I solely work with Danal, who is an ancient Irish goddess. However, I will also, do some work with Bridget when it comes in Bollock. When it's closer to Lugnasta, I'll work with Lug. It just depends upon,
Bridget is my first. She came to me when I was young.
She's the goddess of children.
She's been with me my whole life.
And
hey, Tiffany.
Yeah.
I haven't sent your package out yet, and I decided tonight I'm slipping this into it.
Oh my God, I would love that.
You'll enjoy it.
I gotta go get something really quick because I'm gonna do a stitch in really quick about my path.
I love it.
I have a book that is absolutely bomb. If you are interested in, I'm definitely 100%. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I am feminine. I do not really worship any male gods. It just doesn't.
I don't either. Not really. Barely.
Will I appreciate them? Absolutely, because there's something to say about the masculine. However, with my own specific path, I just don't very much tap into that kind of energy. So I have a book that is absolutely great if anybody's interested into diving into a little bit of Celtic witchcraft. I'm going to go grab that really quick.
Please show and tell.
I will.
Yes. Show and tell time. Yay!
Because I am planning on picking up classes this coming up June in the summer to where I am actually going to restart my classes.
Witchcraft 101, please.
That I have had down for 2 years. I'm going to reboot them back up, and we are going to start with a basic Celtic goddess class. We're going to go over the Celtic goddesses. We're going to discuss what they can aid you with. We're going to discuss,
I would like to take that class. It's like a refresher.
All of that. So give me 1 second. I'll go grab that.
Okay.
I mean, there's always new information out there. Her courses are pretty expensive. I know. What about, isn't there an app? I had a former student of mine. Some of my students have reached out to me because, they always knew I was different because I always wore crystals and stuff. And I'm pretty superstitious as a theater teacher. We have our superstitions. But I've had some reach out to me because they're witches and they've invited me to different festivals and stuff in San Antonio. There's an app, or is it called Meetup, or what's it called?
Meet. I think it's Meetup. I think it's Meetup. I know what you're using for because I used it when I lived in California to find
that shows a lot of festivals on it.
I used it to it's Meetup for lasting friendships, starter groups today, and what you do is Meetup is different you find people that are into different hobbies and different things. So like I at that point in time, I was into like role-playing, like tabletop role-playing games. And I was looking for a group that was into tabletop role-playing games. And that's how I found the group out in California when I moved out there. I didn't know anyone out there that was into that, and ended up actually not just meeting a group of people to play games with, but I met some people that have become very dear friends that even now are still, good friends of mine.
I took some art classes that way. And, as a painter, when I moved here, I didn't really have, know where to connect to. And Meetup had some stuff on there and some art classes and things. And that's how I started teaching nonprofit.
Mm-hmm.
Brittany, what you got?
Okay, so here's the book.
Oh, I have that on my wish list.
Okay, this book is absolutely awesome. It is Celtic Woman's Spirituality by Aidan McCoy, and it goes over so many of the different Celtic goddesses, as well as it goes into the beginning. It's 100% a textbook. This
That
is what
textbook.
we're going to be working out of. So
Nice.
do it.
I'm going to take your class too.
You will love it. We'll have a really good time because by the end of the course, it will go over a whole bunch of different things from the goddesses, from some of the ancient traditions. By the end, you should be able to have a conversation with whatever goddess that actually clicks with you and have an in-depth relationship with them if you choose to. So I'm super excited. Hoping to open up a lot of people to the old world Irish magic because we're slept on. There's a whole bunch of people who are super into Norse and everything, but us old Celts in our nice little tartans always get forgotten about.
There's like with the Norse, I met a lady when I was getting IVIG infusions, and she told me it's Ataru. Was it? Astaru. And it's like with Celtic women, like getting back to the old Celt. This is the old Norse, is what that is.
Right. It goes that is what goes back to the vulva.
Yes.
Okay.
That which is the Nordic seers, which were all women.
Uh-huh.
They were Nordic seers. They were basically Norse witches, is
They were
what
mystic.
they were. And they were honored and revered above even the tribal leaders and the kings in the lands. If a vulva came walking into your town, you treated that woman like she was a goddess walking in, because she was a representation of the goddess.
Mm-hmm.
And with Celtic,
and so
Celtic
you
was like that,
honor
right?
her. Yeah. And the ancient Celts were the same way. There's a lot of
crossover,
similarities in between the Celts and the Norse, but then there's some really hardcore just
didn't they
veer off
intermingle?
differences too. There was.
Yes. So Celtic is actually, the word Celtic just explains Northern Europe. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that includes your Norse areas, which is your Germanic area. Mm-hmm. But the specific area of Celtic that we are going to talk about, and the specific area that I practice, is Scottish and Irish. So
you saw my ancestry.
They are very, very different than your Norse, your Scots and your Irish are very, very different.
Were they influenced by the Picts? Maybe. No. Just wondering.
Not too much.
Okay.
You got to understand that the Celtic Isles were different than the rest of the Celtic nation. Mm-hmm. Because they were separated, but yet
we were disconnected.
Yes. So the Celtic Isles had a whole kind of different vibe of magic and stuff that they ended up bringing and connecting with a little.
The savage magic
is
what it's known as, and specifically more along the Scottish heritage. Very much the savage magic. And if you look back, I mean, that's seen through history, especially with the Scots. I mean, you had your Highlanders the Scots, we have always been a savage people, and we are not afraid to be savage people, and it's not a bad thing.
No,
It's not a bad thing.
wasn't there a woman? What's her name? There was a leader of the Celts that fought in wars, and she was a woman.
Baduka.
Yeah,
That's it.
She was if I remember right, she was one of the Germanic tribes, the Celtic Germanic tribes, if I remember right, and around. Yeah. Oh, she was the Roman Empire.
Romans.
The Roman Empire feared her. She was one of the fiercest warriors against the Roman empires in the Celtic nations.
She united them.
Oh yeah.
She knew that she was close to defeat. She was so savage that she took her own life. So.
Yeah, she wasn't going to let them take her.
No. It's so
Okay.
interesting, though, that matriarchal aspect, that goddess aspect that we're working on bringing back, you know?
Yeah. I want to touch on what Rory said right here, too, because he mentioned shamans. The original shamans were all women.
Yep.
No,
Yeah.
it's true.
Yeah, the original shamans were all women. It wasn't until later that men started stepping up and taking in some of that area. Now, there were some men that were trained because they had gifts and powers and abilities. And so they would step in, but that was rare. It was more the women. And actually, speaking of black tourmaline as protection, I'm actually a piece in my pocket.
I always have tourmaline everywhere.
Yeah.
11 orgone, that's a lot, though. I mean, we're talking a lot of power if you've got 11 of them. So the person are going to be suffocated and cannot breathe. Those are living energies. Well, you're talking orgone energy, which orgone energy is a little bit different because it's harnessing the energy of those crystals specifically together in the shape of a pyramid.
Your crystals are absolutely fine encased in resin.
Yeah.
Pardon my French, but that lady was full of shit.
Yeah. Orgone is amazing. I mean, they've done studies on it for the EMF, EMF reduction, putting it next to your router. And you can put an orgone pyramid in front of your router and measure with an EMF reader, whatever those Geiger counter things, and then measure it without it. And it's a huge difference.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing. Greg is literally standing in front of me with like a bowl of ice cream, shoving his mouth full of ice cream.
That is evil. He's like, I'm eating ice cream and you're not.
Just sitting there smiling like.
Now,
Yeah.
see, what'd be even funnier is if he stood up and took the bowl of ice cream from him and then sat back down and started eating it while he's on stream.
I would probably think about it. Yeah, I would have
He
to. Yeah.
wouldn't even say a word. He would go and get a whole nother bowl of ice cream and just
Good man.
play with it.
Good man.
Fight. Like, seriously, man, or offer some.
I'm staying away from ice cream, man. Dairy does weird stuff to me.
Man, me too. I have a
I'm
problem.
not a dairy person at all. I just can't do it.
But I love ice cream. Sharing is dairy.
I can
Ice
do
cream.
some, but too much is But yeah, the whole encasing that, like, I'm a big fan of Edgar Cayce and Edgar Cayce's work, but some of the people that follow Edgar Cayce, honestly, they kind of jump on and go a little off the rocker with some stuff at times. And you got to be careful with that because that happens in any aspect of this field. Like any area, any aspect, you got to be careful because there are some people that just, and that like goes into some of that stuff that we was talking about with some of the people with that whole ascension mindedness and how they were doing things.
Spiritual ego.
Yeah, and it very much falls into that spiritual ego.
Well, it's also those that try to be like the guru. You know, like, no offense, but ultimately we should be teaching others how to be their own guru, not trying to set ourselves up as a guru. You know what I mean?
Right.
And honestly, if somebody told you that a crystal is being suffocated, I mean, I don't even know why anyone would even suggest that because
They live in the earth.
Yeah, they come from the earth.
Yeah, they don't breathe like you and me do.
They don't have lungs.
They don't need to have that same kind of You can't encase us in rock, we'll die, but you can put a crystal inside of concrete and it will be fine.
You know, I had a thing that I ordered some orgone pyramids off of Amazon, and it got they came from like Thailand or something, y'all, and they got flagged at customs, and they were considered a potential nuclear device.
Oh my god!
And I never got my pyramids because they got flagged and held in customs.
You see, no energy was being trapped there.
Yeah, none. Oh, this is giving off really high energy levels. This is a problem.
When I got my email, potential nuclear device, I was like, what?
That's insane.
We cannot
Like, I did not order the uranium-filled crystal, okay?
Send that one back.
I don't want that one. I don't want that in the house. I don't want it near me. I don't want to glow at night.
Y'all can hold that one then.
It's like, I don't mind stuff that's bioluminescent. I just don't want to glow.
It's like the gentleman that created orgone. All of his, kind of like with Tesla, all of his studies and stuff got suppressed. And he had a healing box, an orgone healing box, that he would put test subjects in and they would get healed of cancer. No shit. It all got squished.
Yeah. Oh, Karen, I want to show you, you was talking about protections earlier. This is a protection rune that we're currently, this is a combination of a couple of different runes. It's not drawn out real great because I freehanded it. I didn't draw it out with a ruler, but you get the gist of the rune, and I can actually send some stuff. But this is actually a combination of a couple of different runes, and it's actually a very, very powerful protection rune.
I drew it on myself.
I like that.
I can't show you where I drew it, but I drew it.
Hey, whatever you need to do, do it.
I was like, I'm protected.
Yeah, there's times where I'll draw different runes and stuff on my body for protections when I'm doing certain things. I have no problems doing it.
I do it on my mirrors and stuff too.
And while the runes that I tend to work with are the Elder Futhark, which are more Norse, there was Celtic runes that they worked with.
I have never read runes or anything. I've always been strictly tarot, and I read water.
Oh, nice.
Water scry.
Have you ever tried casting sticks yet?
No, I have not.
That's old school Irish.
Yeah,
I've never done that.
It's more along the druidic path, but I have a feeling your path probably doesn't stray too far from that druidic path.
No, it's not very different at all.
Yeah,
you and my guys, they're cool.
Because honestly, in ancient Ireland, the witches and the druids would actually call their circles together. The witches would call an inner circle, while the druids called an outer protection circle around them. The druids were protectors and guardians, is what they were.
Yeah, I knew that they were protectors.
Druids relate to trees, right?
Yeah, they were also not only were they protectors and guardians in the spiritual area, they were also warriors, leaders, judges. You know, they carried a lot of stuff within the tribe as well.
Interesting.
You know, and so, like, literally, if there was someone that needed to be brought up on something, they would sit in front of the druids of the tribe to be judged if they had committed a crime.
Yeah, I do know the druids in history, they're very much like an elder.
Yes.
That's the way I've always seen them, elders.
Yeah.
And very much rooted in just judgment and just type behaviors.
Yep.
They were very, very in depth into honor. I didn't know that they casted any spell work there, because I never thought that they did that.
Druids call circles and do spells.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we don't call circles like witches do. We actually call a different style of circle. Like, we don't call the corners.
I thought you were about to say you don't call the kernels.
I'm gonna call the colonel for some chicken.
We're gonna call the colonel. We need some KFC down here. ASP.
Dude, that sounds good. No, it doesn't. Sounds horrible. My stomach just hurt.
Sounds greasy.
The grease.
But we don't
delicious.
we don't call the
roll.
corners like what a lot of witches, especially within the Wiccan traditions, will do. We don't call the corners like that. We call a circle.
I call it a circle. I do mine a little bit different as well. I was taught a little bit different though.
Witches will refer to it as calling a circle, but we literally will walk a circle as we're doing our incantation to call it in to do it. We actually walk an outer circle. We don't stand at the prime points and call to the points. Yeah, no. We call a circle, and it's a circle of protection that we call when we start to do our workings.
Okay. I kind of do that when I'm laying my salt circle, because I do several circles.
But see, the way I work is a really kind of a mixed blend, because I work more as like a shamanic druid. So it's a mix of the Norse kind of that shamanism and a bit of the Native American shamanism mixed with that old school, and I mean really old school, Gaelic, that old school Celtic, Irish traditional druidism that came up with the Tuatha De Danann.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the druids originally came from. They when the Tuatha De Danann arrived on Ireland, that's when the druids first stepped foot on Ireland.
Well, they were part of the Tuatha.
Yes.
The Tuatha De Danann is actually the children of Danau.
Yes, they are.
Yes.
Yes, they are. And Dagda.
And see that's
Dagda.
And that's the thing. Part of my path is I'm a member of the Tuatha too.
Okay, cool.
I'm faith touched.
So as a member of the Tuatha, I come from that druidic order, which came from the Tuatha.
That makes sense.
That the Tuatha De Danann. Tuatha means the clan or tribe of, is what Tuatha is. So Tuatha De Danann.
Danu.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep. Same person.
The mother goddess.
Yes. And Dagda is the All-Father.
Yes, he is.
Call him.
And Bridget is their daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And actually, like, currently my altar is very Norse right now, and it's just because I was able to get Norse statues at the time, and I'm actually in the process of, I'm going to be swapping all my statues over to Dagda and Duana and Bridget actually are going to be the three that are going to be going on my altar. I've also looked at maybe picking up, there's like a very, very beautiful one I've seen of Aaron, and another one I've seen of Ellen of the Ways that is absolutely gorgeous.
Right now, I'm in the process of looking of a statue of Matcha. And I have not found one anywhere at all. So
I was about ready to say, you found one?
Matcha part of Oregon?
Yes.
I like that.
You might have to search for the triple aspect of Morgan to be able to find that in a statue. Because most of the time that I've ever seen, it's always that triple aspect.
But I don't want that aspect.
She wants just her.
Just her.
So order a statue that has all three and then carve that part out.
Okay, and then I'll get smoked. No thanks.
Morgan be like, what did you do?
No thanks.
Actually,
one at a time, taking on one at a time, welcoming one at a time.
The Morgan's intense. She's beautiful but intense. That's where I work with Bab. I'm like,
no. She's very, very helpful.
Susan works with the Morgan. It's beautiful.
I've had some pretty good conversations. Have had some pretty good interactions. However, taking on all three components at once, it's just too much.
That's powerhouse.
As well as having to now with me, I mean, that's a lot as it is. Mm-hmm. So baby steps, baby steps.
Absolutely, I understand. I totally, completely understand.
Argument sticks, and it's ash wood, right?
No, it can be different wood.
Different woods have different meanings for it, though.
Well, the thing is, the wood, the way the sticks can be all the same wood when you're casting. Like a lot of times, the sticks will all be like oak. Oak was very sacred to the Druid, so oak was finding a guy who's my god,
they're all pregnant.
Exactly,
they're all pregnant.
And it's really great because Brittany sent me a Green Witch Tarot deck, and it's actually got a picture of the Earth Mother in there where she's with the horned god, and it's a representation of the Earth Mother, and it's the Lover's card, and it's the horned god and her standing next to each other, and she's not pregnant in it yet. Yeah.
They didn't do that,
And then the Emperor's card, which is the Earth Mother, she's full blown pregnant, big belly, you know.
I
it's
had a
that
beautiful
full
one.
representation.
I got one from Brittany. It's beautiful. It's was it opalite?
Yes, opalite.
And she's beautiful. Is she pregnant though?
Oh yeah, I ended up getting the rose quartz version.
The Green Witch Tarot. You're gonna have to show in the book. I want to get this tarot deck now. I'm sold on it.
Hold on, I'll be right.
Josh
I'll be
went
right
through
back.
every card with me and the books, and I'm just like that deck is awesome.
The Green Witch Tarot.
The Green Witch Tarot.
It's so pretty, and you know that was just literally sitting on my. That's sat on my shelf for like over a year.
I need to send him this one.
That's a nice one.
It's a nice one. It's never spoken to me.
Sometimes it just be like that.
I mean, I love, and then I've got the As Above, So Below. Now this one does speak to me.
Ooh, I think I actually have that one, like literally in my Amazon cart because I can't find it anywhere.
As Above, So Below. This deck, because it's got the spiritual witchy aspect, and then it's got that, you know, material world aspect in both decks. So, but this one, I just can't do it. I don't know. I need to send it to Josh because he'll love it.
Oh,
Someone's getting a call.
it's me. Sorry, guys.
There, Green Witch Tarot. It comes in 2 books, right?
It comes with 1 book, but the book is a beastie. Like it's a real book.
It's a
not
book.
Like it's not. This is not like a little pamphlet. It's
You read that completely. Like
It has journals in it, right? Where you can journal.
well, it's, for the major arcana, it's got a section for notes.
Oh, I didn't.
But
see.
And it's cool.
For the major arcana only.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never even. That shows you how much I've actually
cards
dug into that.
Are beautiful. Like you can read just from the cards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then like, you know, your pentacles, you know, here's your 8 of pentacles, and then it breaks down, like it gives you kind of a background to the card, the images, what they mean and stuff. And then it gives you, my camera's not wanting to focus. Then it just gives you the meanings behind them.
Well, and it has
Prompt
herbs in like every single card, which is so
every
cool.
card has an herb in it. It talks about the herb. Almost every card has an animal. I think every card has an animal as well. And it talks about the significance of the animal as well.
The symbolism and that deck also is a really, really great deck for somebody who is just picking up tarot as well, because it has so much imagery in the pictures that it'll help you learn the meanings behind the cards. It's not just a deck for somebody who's been reading for years. Somebody who is relatively new to tarot can easily pick up that deck and can easily get on board because the book's there to help you study. It's beautiful.
That's why I liked it. Like I love the light years deck, you know?
Like I read tarot years ago, and I haven't read tarot in probably close to 15 years or so. And so it was almost like coming back to tarot back to tarot after being away from it for so long.
Refreshing, relearning.
Yeah. So here is actually the card we were talking about.
The non-pregnant Gaia. Or that would be
in this deck, because it is not a specific Celtic, because there's Celtic, there's Nordic imagery, there's all kinds of different imagery.
Earth Mother.
Earth Mother is simply what they refer to her as.
It's a really nice one.
And so there's that, and then
beautiful.
Here is her.
Ah, there she is. After they, you know.
Yeah.
All right, guys. It is 1:08 here, so I'm going to get off and head out to bed.
But definitely, it's we're going to wrap things up here before too long.
I just love you, Britt,
so
with
much.
all of my being.
I had so much fun joining you guys tonight, and I hope that we can do it again sometime.
Hey, every Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. our time, Brittany, we do this every Tuesday at 9:30. So if you want to schedule that in, you're welcome to join us every Tuesday.
Yes, please.
Awesome. Yay! And
Yeah,
then I can bring my lovely custom tarot deck.
Yes.
Love.
Because
Yeah.
that one's fun.
You must
Now,
show this to me.
now this
You've not
isn't
seen it?
like this.
No.
Like you can show it, but we really don't do readings on here. Like on Tuesday nights is not for readings.
No, just showing like how.
Yeah.
I'll send you pictures.
Send me pictures. I'm gonna see.
She
You
showed.
like it.
She showed me. I
It's
got to
pretty.
see it. It really is.
It is
and
absolutely pretty.
Oh, and I found places. I know you had that custom done, but I found places where you can make custom decks, as few as 5 decks, custom design decks.
Oh, yeah, I had an artist I commissioned an artist to do this.
Yeah, I would probably.
I'm just
want
going to
it.
go ahead and show it. I'll be right
Well, no, what I'm saying is you send them the art and everything, and this place will print 5 custom decks. You know, minimum orders 5, but they'll print like high quality custom decks for you.
I am so
Right.
dang picky about the freaking cardstock of decks, man. You know, that Bluebird printing company, like Sacred Rebels, this cardstock is what I'm sold on.
Yeah. Oh, that is some of the best cardstock I have ever seen out of any of the cards. Let me see. Let's see what we've got. 'Cause
Show that book again. Josh was busy typing. I had this deck I bought called the Extraterrestrial deck. Got it for what? Moonology.
So this is actually the companion book that comes with this deck when you buy it. So this is actually part of this deck.
So this is the back of it.
Yes, we're going to do show and tell with Brittany right now.
It's really pretty.
Those are pretty.
Here, hold on a second. Let me see if I can take Brittany full screen. There we go.
There she is.
So these are the back of it. They've got a really nice thick cardstock.
Good.
They're smooth. They're so smooth. And I'll just show some of them, but they're like,
Oh my word.
they're my dreams. This
They
is
are
what
beautiful.
this is what I see in my head. And then
These.
it's even got what the cards mean to me written on the bottom.
So you designed these and commissioned,
I
and then had
told-
them printed.
I told her what I see, and this is what she helped come up with.
Oh my gosh, I need to connect with this artist.
I'm telling you, this is a stunning, stunning deck. Like
Brittany,
this
why
is
don't
gorgeous.
you
So
why don't
pretty.
you work on getting that published? Why don't you write a companion book for it?
Because it's her personal deck.
Yeah, it's me.
Very true. Very true. It's gorgeous.
It is.
It is a really
special.
stunning deck, but I understand it's her.
It's her dreams.
And like each and every one of them are like so special to me, and I just love them.
I love
just
him.
love
You
them.
could create a deck, you know, that's more universal.
And I have been thinking about doing that for quite a while, and I've been looking for an artist that can actually like get out exactly what I want to do with the deck, but that's coming soon.
An illustrator, probably.
I will connect you guys with the guy who done my logo.
I need a logo.
He is an amazing artist. He does all kinds of art. He doesn't just do logos. He does all kinds of like graphic art and stuff. But the guy's his name's Tyler Wood, or Tyler Woods. A really amazing artist. And like the great thing with Tyler was when I was talking to him and I started giving him the vision of my logos, because it's not just that Breaking Reality logo you see up there in the corner. I've got some other logos and stuff that I use for different things too. But as soon as I gave him the vision, he caught it and just kind of ran with it and came back to me with like 4 or 5 different things. It's like, which one do you think?
All of my graphics and stuff like that, anything that you see on my page, I make all of that my own.
Oh,
I
God.
I could do abstract
all of that
works for
I
you.
create. And you know what? We'll have to get together, Tiff, because the reason why I am starting to be able to offer full-size decks is because I'm currently working with a publisher, just trying to get the ball kind of rolling. I don't know exactly what I want to do in depth yet, but I have a book that I'm working on, as well as I have the card decks that I'm working on. So
my dream is a card deck eventually. I want to do a card deck. I want to do one for kids.
Mine's an oracle.
I would do an oracle.
And it is definitely what I'm seeing more around the darker contemporary side.
Right.
I don't think there is enough decks that embrace the shadow work. So I would like to make a deck and provide a deck for people to use to be able to tap into their shadow selves and realize that there's beauty in the darkness.
I gotta show you some of my abstract paintings that I did during my shadow work phases.
I absolutely love abstract, as you can tell. I'm a dream state kind of person.
I've shown you my stuff. I paint to music and emotions because I have synesthesia, so I see colors in my head to music.
Then you are exactly the same way that I am.
Exactly. Hey, Tiffany.
Yo. I love Colette Baron decks.
I knew that was coming because she has talked to me about how she loves Colette Baron decks.
Colette Baron.
As soon as that question was asked, I knew Tiffany was going to.
She's one of my first Oracle decks, the Wisdom of the Oracle, and then I had the energy deck by oh my gosh, what's her name? I have the deck right here. I can't think of her name. Anyways, Colette Baron Reed. I love her stuff. It all has good energy to it. And to me, the symbolism of it speaks through the cards. So you can read intuitively with those decks without having to refer to the book. Now, I still study the book to understand their meaning behind it, but her works are just beautiful. And I just got my first Elena Fairchild. I've never had any Elena Fairchild decks until Josh sent me the Sacred Rebels, and I'm loving her stuff too.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, I love Elena Fairchild stuff.
Absolutely. And the energy and the Sacred Oracle is guidance for living a unique and authentic life. And it's that shaman healer, divine feminine path. It's beautiful.
I love that. All right, guys, good night. I'm running. Thank you so much for having me join.
I love you.
Good night. Bye. So I've got this one, which is a Color Your Own Tarot as well.
Sweet. I've got some printables.
Yeah, I haven't done this.
Melanie Beckler. She's Ask Angel. I follow her stuff.
So, I mean, it's like, and the backs are.
That's like cool.
So here's the Wheel of Fortune.
Dude, I would totally dig that. Oh my gosh, that is so cool for kids, for learning tarot.
Oh, a good friend of mine sent this deck to me, and it's got all 78 cards. It's got a nice big book. The book's out front. I don't have the
What
book
does the devil card look like in that one, though? Is there nudity with the sun card? Because I'd have to cut some of that out for kids.
Hold on, let me see. Because these things are kind of all stuck together because they're like really new. So let's see. Death, the Hangman, the Hermit.
Rory, one of the reasons why I would want to do one for kids is because I'm originally a teacher. I taught middle school for 12 years, you know?
There's the devil, really no nudity. I mean, there's pseudo implied, but you know, there's stuff going over the breast and stuff there.
That's done tastefully, though.
Yeah.
Okay. See, that would be cool for kids to learn tarot because they learn the symbolism as they're coloring it. So it's kinesthetic. You learn by doing.
Yes. Let's see. What was the other one you asked about?
You asked
about the devil
sun card. The sun card has a naked baby. I got flagged on TikTok for that one, and I got banned from TikTok for like 3 weeks because of the sun card.
The Lovers is good because sometimes the Lovers card can be.
Yeah, that one can be pretty intimate as well.
The Star card's good.
It's the sun card and
the sun card's very, very.
Is it a naked baby?
No, she's got a dress on.
Oh, I couldn't see. Okay, she's dressed.
It's not focusing real well for some reason.
Well, see, in the original Rider-Waite, it's a nude baby.
Well, and the original Rider-Waite was the art in the original Rider-Waite was recommissioned by the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Colette Baron Smith, or not Colette Baron Smith, it's Colette Baron Smith. The Rider-Waite, it was
I can't remember the artist.
What was her name? It was Waite Smith, I think was her last name, was the artist.
No,
Pamela?
Waite was the dude, and then Smith was the artist.
Yeah, but Smith, she had two names. She had two last names.
Karen, we have a group chat for Modern Mystic where we all will chat in there, spirituality stuff, you name it. If you want to be added to that group, I can add you. It's in Messenger. Rory says he likes those. I like those too.
Yeah, a friend of mine sent those to me. I do not know where she got them. She had them. She had had them for a while, and she just said that she wasn't going to end up using them, and so she sent them to me. And I just haven't gotten a chance to get around to working with them and coloring them and stuff. Like, I've got a really bomb set of nice color pencils. I'm probably going to sit down and do some. I'm probably going to do some really psychedelic style kind of imagery with it. Like, because the way those lines are, I can really get into doing some really deep, vibrant colors that pop for those images, how I perceive those images.
Absolutely. You've seen my paintings. You know I'm trippy dippy.
Yeah, because I mean the colors are really, really important, but also in this, it's a little bit of a getting the color of the deck myself. It allows me to put my own twist on that. I
love it.
I am not going to color like the traditional decks.
Oh no.
I mean, that to me, that's boring. First off, I do not like the traditional Rider-Waite Smith deck.
That's what I learned on, but I don't. I use the light seers. That's my favorite right now.
I do not like the imagery of. Well, it's not so much the imagery. Some of the imagery is pretty good, but I think it's just not. I don't know. There's just something about the Rider-Waite deck. I just don't really care for it all that much.
Oh wow. Yes, I've got I think I'm at 61,000 followers now.
It just keeps going up and up and up. Sky's the limit.
And
moving on up.
I've got him at 2,000 on TikTok, I think. My Insta, I can't grow that sucker. I don't even know. The algorithm doesn't like me. I'm on YouTube, but I don't have many followers on that one. Facebook is my biggie.
The funny thing is, I think I have more followers on my YouTube than I do my Facebook.
We got to work on some of that.
I know. I've got to start doing promotions
and
stuff.
There is so many crossovers. In Hamilton, Ontario. Beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna write your name down, Karen, and then I'll send you an invite. I love Canadians and Australians, always, and Brits. I do love some Brits.
Oh, we just had a Brittany in here.
I know, right? I like the other decks over the original Rider-Waite.
Yeah.
Karen, did you see us on YouTube on Josh's or on mine? That's interesting. I didn't think my YouTube got any views.
I mean, whenever I've been on doing stuff, I've broadcasted to your YouTube when I've been on, and whenever we've done our groups before, I've broadcasted to that YouTube. Whenever we're doing stuff, whenever I set up the studio, I always make sure to broadcast to those channels.
I always do too. I think you can add TikTok now too, but I don't know, TikTok, I've done some lives on there.
I think this channel is at the point that we've got to pay to add more channels, or we're going to drop stuff off.
I can upgrade.
Yeah.
I've already upgraded it twice.
Well, let's
Mystic Moon thing.
Let's talk about some of that stuff later, because if Brittany's going to come on, that's what I was going to say. If Brittany's going to come on and work with us, we need to add the channel. We need to add at least so we can get Brittany's channels. Yeah.
Into the Mystic. I'm writing that down. Moon Dance. I love Van Morrison. Hey, Josh, when did you realize that you were very much a mystic?
I mean, it all goes back to that awakening at 15. I mean, that's really where a lot of it started. Mm-hmm. And it was kind of a confusing time because I had my time with those mentors, but it was a short little time period that I worked with these guys. And then they're like, all right, there you go, man. You're on your own. Go find your other mentors, because they were only meant to be that
a catalyst.
Yeah, they were the ones that triggered that path and started me on it. They were the ones that was there to potentially give me that
jumpstart.
Yeah, they gave me, well, what they gave me was that rite of passage.
That's nice, though. I mean, I just kind of accidentally, well, I didn't accidentally, but Spirit was like, here you go.
Yeah. Well, not a lot of people are given that rite of passage these days, and I was given that rite of passage. Oh, no, what did Chloe do? Or Rosie
Chloe.
Do? Rosie?
She pulled out my shoes and has been chewing on my Birkenstocks.
Oh, no. She's got all of your shoes out.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What are you doing? Why did you do that? What are you doing? What did you do?
She's like, Mom, I am bored and you're not paying attention to me. So
I told you she chewed up webcams. She ate my Beats headphones. She ate 2 sets of Galaxy earbuds. I don't want to talk about that.
Guys, please do not click on any of those links. Don't message that person. They're trying to like
block ban.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm blocking them.
Yeah, those are all scammers, guys. Bad juju. Don't even mess with it.
Yeah,
they all tell you the same thing, and then they want extra money because you got a curse on your family line and blah 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 blah. Rosie, you leave my shoes alone. You've already ruined 1 pair of Birkenstocks. We are not having this conversation again.
See, I don't have to worry about that with Tanner. He doesn't mess with stuff like that.
Does she look guilty? I don't think so.
She's waiting for you to pet her. Look at that tail going.
Are you waiting for a pet? Okay. Oh, because she knew she was in trouble and I'm alpha.
She was wanting attention.
She wanted love.
Yeah.
I knew I heard a noise in here and I was like, what is that sound?
Yeah, when you got up, I'm like, what is she getting up for? Is that Spirit back again? Are we going to have to do a banishing?
No, it was Rosie systematically getting my shoes.
Like, crap, that stupid Spirit that was bugging her the other night's back. I'm going to have to get all kind of crazy here in a few minutes.
Oh, yeah, hell no. I'd let you know.
Let's see. I grew up as a teen in the era of Woodstock and all of that, the greatest music. I was very interested in civil rights, women's rights, Vietnam War and writing. We as CDN, as Canadians, saw this on American TV nightly. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Mommy, I want attention.
Haha, my cat chewed my expensive leather ankle boots years ago, and I got the shoemaker to repair the leather. Yeah.
Rosie has, oh my God, I want to know. She's ruined and chewed up so many things. It's crazy. She's an expensive puppy.
Tanner chewed for like the first 6 months, and then after that, it was done.
Oh no, Rosie still chews. She chews my arm at night.
Yeah, no, Tanner will groom himself, like he'll nibble down his arm and stuff, his legs, but he doesn't chew on things.
Rosie ate my coffee table.
That does not surprise me.
I had a really cool, like, old school 70s coffee table, like retro, and she gnawed at the legs and then chewed the corners off. I was like, my dog's the beaver. Are we
What's up, Beaver? Yeah, we can get close to wrapping up. We've been going for about 4 hours.
Yeah, 3:52. I'm starting to like, dude. I need some water.
Yeah, I think I need to get up and stretch the legs and stuff. I want to go ahead and say thank you to everyone for joining us tonight. I want to say thank you to Brittany for being here, even though she is not here with us. I want to say a big thank you to Brittany for joining us tonight. It was awesome of her to join us, and hopefully she will be back with us really, really soon again. Tiffany, absolutely love having you here. Like, I love having you join in on these nights and stuff. So, and then this Thursday and Saturday, I will be doing live readings at 9:30.
I should be with you. I should be able to pull it with you.
I was going to ask
tomorrow, but
yeah, I know you have infusions tomorrow, but this isn't like your really hard one that like kicks your.
This is the lupus one. It's not the IVIG. The IVIG for 3 days in a row. That's what knocks me.
Yeah, when you do that IVIG 3 days in a row, it's just like. And like when you do those on those weeks, don't worry if you can't make it.
Yeah.
Like, take care of yourself, because that is priority, is making sure you're getting yourself taken care of. Oh, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. And we do this every Tuesday night. We do this live roundtable discussion at 9:30 Eastern. We're going to IVIG. Tiffany can fill you in on what IVIG is.
It's in vitro immunogamma-globulin. Say that 3 times. I have lupus, and I have a pretty severe case involving my organs, multiple organs. And IVIG is a supplement to my immune system, and it's plasma from healthy donors. And I get hooked up to the bag each day.
But you went away and came right back. What happened?
I don't know.
I'm like, oh, Tiffany's gone, and then they're right back. That was weird.
That is weird. IVIG is some badass treatment. It's life-saving. It's helped save my life, because the lupus was attacking my liver and my kidneys and my heart so hardcore. The IVIG has really helped that, and so it's helping my body to preserve its organs.
Yeah, but IVIG can get pretty intense and
it's brutal. It makes me dog sick.
Yeah.
Dog sick.
Yeah.
But my labs are improving.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. So, as long as you're feeling well, Thursday night at 9:30, Tiffany and me will be doing live readings and spiritual Q&A. And quite frankly, if Brittany wants to join us, I have no problem her joining us as well if she wants to pop in and do some readings with us.
There's been some stem cell research around lupus, and I'm not that familiar with it, though.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a supplemental.
Yeah, it's some stuff that they're really, really working on. Lupus is something that they're really having a hard time even truly identifying what causes it. So finding a lot of the real hard treatments, because the bad thing with lupus is lupus mimics so many other disorders.
I've been misdiagnosed with.
I've known people who have went misdiagnosed for 20, 30 years before.
Mine's neonatal.
Yeah.
So mine is genetic from my mom's line, and I also have rheumatoid arthritis. I have a lot of autoimmune stuff. And the doctors think that mono, when I was 16, they think that the Epstein-Barr virus triggered that genetic to actually wake up and for my autoimmune system to go into hyperdrive.
Oh.
Yep.
And that's kind of interesting that you said that, because I've never heard that, but I got mono in my early 20s, and then that's when my lupus symptoms started kicking in. So
that's when I was diagnosed with Lyme disease, and it was not Lyme disease.
I'm wondering if maybe it wasn't my Epstein-Barr kicking the autoimmune stuff into effect.
There's studies on it. Epstein-Barr is a trigger virus that triggers those genetics. And then
I was going to say, because several members of my family have different, because I've found my biological family on my maternal side, several of my siblings and one of my nephews all have autoimmune disorders.
It typically runs in family lines. So
we don't have the same autoimmune disorders, but we have autoimmune disorders.
That's mine too. And they've done some studies. See, my family are all farmers and ranchers. And back in the early days, they had all kinds of crazy ass pesticides that they used. And so there's also some studies into that it could be causing the genetic, basically, the genes to become activated, dormant genes, because of toxins. Mine, I can swear it was mono, because after I had mono for 3 months, I dealt with depression for the first time in my life. And I was diagnosed with Lyme disease and treated for Lyme disease. And then later, I was treated for Lyme disease a second time. How does a person get Lyme disease twice? And they never found a bite on me. I hadn't been around any animals where I would have been bit by anything. It was lupus. I know it was, because I had the rash and everything. Then a lot of weird symptoms. I had a hysterectomy at 29. Bam. Full-blown lupus, full-blown fibro diagnosed.
Yep, and that was enough. That surgery from the hysterectomy was enough to kick in the full-blown stuff.
Full-blown. ANA, anti-Ro, all the antibodies. Because before I would come back positive for like an anti-nuclear antibody, which is kind of the standard for lupus to check. It's not the only one, though. A lot of people think that you have to have that positive, and it's not true.
No, there's a percentage of people that have lupus, and that ANA marker will always show up negative no matter what.
Mine did in the beginning, but I had that anti-Ro, anti-SSD,
or sometimes it will only show up if you catch it while they're in a flare.
Yes, and I had to take all kinds of crazy pictures, because I was having all these weird physical things.
I see Rosie behind you. She's sneaking around off to the corner back behind you. You might want to look over on the other side.
Ah, my purse is right there.
I saw Rosie being little sneaky Rosie. So
look,
yeah,
there's all my cards and stuff. But yeah, she's sneaking around.
Yeah, I saw her come back around from behind the tapestry, all sneaky.
Natural hormones, for me, I just do an estrogen patch because menopause is evil, and I get hot sweats and I get really cranky. So I've just been on an estrogen patch for all these years, and it works for me.
I'm not even on hormones, and I get hot sweats and I get cranky.
Dude, hot sweats.
But that's the lupus. That's the night sweats and stuff.
I did too. I had 3 days of fever. With
yeah. Oh my God, it is horrible. But all right, we've actually hit the 4-hour mark. So, we tried to end this 10 minutes ago.
I'm 42. I'm 42, Miss Karen. I'm old. No. I'm young at heart.
She's like, I'm old. I'm like, I'm 3 years older. But all right, though. So let's go ahead and wrap this up for the night. Because like you said, we both need to kind of take a break, stretch and everything. We've been sitting here for a while.
I need to run to the bathroom again.
Yeah. So we'll wrap this up real quick. Thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight. Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you, Brittany, for being here. Thank you, everyone in the chat that's been here with us tonight. We will be back on Thursday night, and Tiffany and me will be back doing readings. So wherever you found us tonight, check us out then. You can also catch all three of us. These are our business pages for each one of us. So you can check those out, and you can check out Brittany, Tiffany, and myself at those places. So join us, hit us up, talk to us if you got any questions, message us. We try to make ourselves available to people as much as possible. So take care, be blessed, and we will see you guys Thursday night.
Good night, everybody. Blessed be.
Good night.